Here, they obviously have all the lights off, being covert, you know. They obviously have all the lights off.
So we're heading back, guys.
Covert,
For those of you just tuning in, we're in front of Austin Police Headquarters. Just trying to keep a track of who is where and what they're doing. I'm heading back to the protesters who are in front of the building. It seems like now out of the streets because there was multiple warnings, threats of arrest for people occupying or obstructing the roadway. And APD has no leniency. They will arrest people.
Yeah, I've got
even if it's an hour later.
a few different feeds there. This is Austin, Texas, by the way. Let me put that up on the screen, but
I mean, say what you want to say.
yeah, they're out doing their thing.
Again, I'm just giving you guys the facts of what's happening.
Threatening to burn down the police station and, you know, all that kind of mess. Yeah, I decided to fire up a protest feed. I've been going crazy doing some editing. Driving me nuts. Audio editing, whatever you want to call it.
Remember that y'all are like, oh, well, you're telling the
That
people
stuff
where
gets
the
to
cops
me
are,
after a
but
while.
Don't forget, I'm telling them where the protesters are. I have a policy. If it's happening, I film it.
Been trying to
If it's
get
in
mom's
public,
church services put
will
online,
practice
and
my
that's a
First
job.
Amendment right, but I don't have a bias
When you got
towards police.
part of the
I'm not
audio
somebody
on
against
one
the
device,
protesters either.
part of the audio
I just
on
film.
another
That's
device. You got to piece it all together. Get the volume to where you can hear it. It's a hassle. And I'm no good at it. But I'll get it to be at least, you know, to where you can listen to it anyway. Like my grandma and them that can't, you know, make it to church and whatnot. So I try to put it online for them. But man, it's a job at times. But yeah, they've been going back and forth here a little bit. Kind of same old stuff. Well, there's 16 of y'all in chat, so who's been wearing a mask? I'm curious. If you go into the grocery store or wherever, who been masking up?
I've shot weapons before, but I don't like them.
See if my bot's still alive or not.
On both sides, wanting to practice the First Amendment, right, or the Second.
But yeah,
Amendment,
anybody
so
been masking up, gloving up, whatever? Now they say we might need goggles or some crap. I don't know. Stupid. I'm really not sure, but I think so. There hasn't really been much else in Austin other than that dude getting capped, so probably. I refuse to wear it. I haven't wore a mask or anything since this crap started. It's mandated here too, and I still don't do it. They can't arrest you. A mandate is not a law. As long as your city or state didn't pass it as an actual law, then tell them to stick it. I don't wear none of it. If they want to say something, they can say something. I really don't care.
I do unbiased footage. I'm just here. I follow all laws. I comply 100% with
a job. That's a different thing. I get it.
I want to stay out of trouble, but I also want to get unbiased information. So.
But the masks don't even do a thing. They're useless.
Unless I'm explaining what's happening. But if you're new, That's what we're about down here. So
My state tried to ban that hydroxychloroquine stuff, but that got unbanned within about 24 hours. But what people are wondering now is our governor bought, I don't know how much, a huge supply of that chloroquine stuff when Trump first talked about it. Taxpayer money. Now nobody knows where it's at. So, I don't know. There's so much stuff going on. It doesn't even stop a spread of anything. If you have the virus and wear a mask, you'll spread it just as easy as if you didn't have them. You know, regardless if you got a mask on or not. It doesn't work.
I don't work for InfoWars.
That virus is only about 1 micron in size.
Most people that work for InfoWars will say they do.
You know, the mask won't stop anything below 5 microns, so there you go.
Well, he's being really weird about it.
But yeah, the medication, that's the thing.
Hey man, what do you feel?
They fired a couple of them doctors that was in D.C. there last week, giving those talks.
We're just like you guys. We're just like you guys. Okay? We're out here on the streets watching, see what's going on. That's all that we're
It's just a waste of time. And the N95 masks, the more expensive ones, they've been proven they'll actually spread the virus. And that I didn't know.
I'm not against InfoWars.
That's something I had no idea.
I just hope that guy was not lying to me.
The N95 mask has that little vent on it so you can breathe. I knew that. What I didn't know was it only filters the air going in, not going out.
Which is why I try to scout out the information myself.
So if you've got an N95 mask on and you wear it for a few hours and it builds up all your junk, and it said you cough one time, it'll shoot that stuff up to 30 feet. So now they recommend if you have to wear an N95, put a piece of tape over the vent.
I never said guns should be illegal because I'm uncomfortable with them.
Actually, the only thing that'll work, that'll do any good, and nobody has them because they're outrageously expensive, is the same kind of deal that like the fire department wears. It's got the full face shield, your mask, the whole deal.
I support the big little boys now. See? But there's still ideas.
It's all a big joke anyway. I mean, geez. Well, joke ain't the right word, but the numbers are so inflated that they don't even matter at this point. And I don't care if 150,000 people got infected. How many are actually sick? That's what matters. And they won't tell you, because if they put the true numbers out, people would laugh at them, tell them to get stuffed and go on with their life. So they won't tell people the truth. My governor said he didn't even know all the numbers. Hey, Summer. Well, mask of the beast, yeah. But I still say, and I've said it from day one, well, even before this virus crap come about, all this control is a Muslim agenda. Muslims are for face coverings. Muslims are for destroying your history. All that's been going on the last several years. Well, now they say they're going to start using dogs. Dogs can sniff you out to find out if you got the virus.
Not cause any confrontations.
Like a drug dog?
The last 2 weeks. I mean, obviously, which is fine here. I mean, but
and I mean, they do have dogs that can sniff out different things. I get that, but
you know, getting all the protesters home safe.
The thing
they
is,
really try to
normally
keep
if a
people from
dog
breaking the law and
alerts that
getting
you
arrested.
have something wrong with you,
Specifically,
then they
honestly,
test for
you
it,
know,
figure
due
out
to
what you got,
the effort
go
they
on
use
from
to
there.
arrest protesters
Well,
so
according to this
quickly,
new thing,
and
it'll
with
sniff
such
you
a
out, and that's
level
the end of it.
coordination. I mean, you know, there's a zero tolerance policy. You so much as break the rule a little bit, you know, and again, they will give you several warnings, but you so much as break the rules, you are likely to get arrested. It's not like you might get arrested if you're doing something. You will get arrested. Surveillance is insane.
Yeah,
here.
that's it
I mean,
though.
they got
The
cameras
numbers
all
are
over the
so
place.
low, and I
They know
saw a
exactly who
perfect
they're coming
example
from, and
the
they
other
find
day. It was a
everything
mean
right
kind of
beforehand.
thing, but it made
Whether or not you
sense.
feel that's a good thing,
Yeah,
I mean, that's up to you,
YouTube
but,
don't like me. They
you know,
unsub people all the time.
us and protesters,
But it
it
showed a
feels
bridge,
have
like
learned to adjust to that
like
level of
Golden Gate Bridge,
coordination
you know, one of them
on behalf
kind.
of Austin
And it
Police
shows the
Department.
guy jumps in the water and he's swimming. He's like, well, the bridge is only 99% safe, so I better swim. That's about
mostly not
stupid.
breaking the rules. They keep people from breaking the rules. For the most part, I mean, obviously sometimes they do demonstrations together that go against APD rules, but so far tonight, there's been no looting, there's been no rioting, nobody's gotten hurt, no fires, nobody's been shot.
Yeah, they
You know, pepper
they
spray,
tried to run a thing
for
through
sure,
here to
but,
say, and I'm in Ohio,
overall,
if you didn't
it's,
know,
been pretty
but
calm for,
to say if you're
you know, when
involved
you
in
guys, you know, you're at
contact
home, you're thinking
tracing, then you
Portland,
got to
you're thinking
sign up
Seattle,
for it. Well, not
this
now.
is Austin,
You can be
and
part of it and never know it.
So,
But my state's going to go right down the
that's kind of
drain
the
anyway,
scoop, a little
so
background on Austin. I mean, you know, most of the protesters have become.
we just got a new Speaker of the House who is a rhino, Republican in name only. He's anti-gun, and he's pro-choice. So our state's going to be screwed because our governor has already written this massive gun control bill. I forget what even all's in it right off the top of my head. Red flag laws and all kinds of crap.
Many people have been arrested in Austin tonight
So-
and other nights. I mean, almost every night, APD will arrest someone for like obstructing the roadway.
So we got all that we're going to be dealing with now. And we're not a recall state. We can't get rid of our governor. They can impeach him,
That's not too common,
but we do not
but
have a
that's happened
recall
quite
like a
few
vote
times, especially when the
on
night
a
is
federal
slow
level.
with less people outside,
or a state level,
they'll
I mean.
usually arrest the people with the bullhorns when there's no one particularly doing anything too crazy. Like tonight, I think they allow it because there's so many more things to be concerned about.
Yeah, we got a news guy here in the state, Jack Windsor, really good guy.
Protesters.
And he asks questions that nobody will. He really jabs at the government.
Talking all day, but if you
And
really
he
wanna
straight
learn
up
about
asked the
what's going on
governor
in
the other
Austin,
day that, you know, all these other countries around the world have found out all the stuff we've been doing is useless. It don't work. And the governor didn't like that. And then a woman asked and said, well, if we've been doing all this tracing and all this kind of stuff,
it's not just 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 5 groups out here.
give us
You
the
know, with,
percentages,
like,
like
different
how
events
many
every night.
percent
Today,
are infected
that's
from a
different
bar
events,
or a
different
restaurant
sides of
or
town,
wherever.
different sides of
And the
town.
governor had no idea.
So, you know, not all protesters are on the
Oh,
same
they've
page.
already said
Some are really
here,
peaceful,
Cheeseburger,
some are very
in Ohio
militant,
that
but
if
you
you're
see
in,
all
let's
that
say you're
conglomeration
infected,
of
you got
groups that
the
just come
kung
together on
flu
nights like
thing.
tonight.
Well, they
Keep
want
an
to
eye out,
quarantine
man.
you.
You know, don't just
Well,
think
if you
this is
got a
one big
YA
group.
for kids,
This is not
somebody
one
else
big
lives
group.
with you,
There are many
they
people
can come
here
and jerk
with
you out of your
individual
house,
ideas, and you see
take
them
you to an
manifest
isolation
themselves
facility until
out
you're better,
when things are
and then
going
supposedly
down
send you
or when
back
things are
home.
getting serious.
They said that. And Florida, you can look this up yourself. In the Florida health documents, it actually says they can force you to take the vaccine by force if need be. Because it's not about keeping you well. If a vaccine is only to protect you, they can't touch you. But since this is to keep other people safe, they say, they can force you to take it. I've never had a flu shot or none of that crap. Yes, I got vaccinated as a kid, but that's been it. As an adult, no. They stick it. And they got that microchip thing that old Bill Gates came up with.
Did you ever get a
That's where a 6 foot distance come in. if you're closer than 6 foot, they can't read your chip.
Blocking the crosswalk, right? When people can totally walk around us.
People need to realize and stand up, but I'm seeing people all over around here begging for a vaccine. You know, I'll be the first to take it, or we need masks. People have even called for the National Guard around here to come into your house, check your cupboards and your refrigerator to make sure you don't have more supplies than what your neighbor does.
I watched him pick up a little girl,
What a crop.
slam her on the ground, arrest all 3 of them.
And I've heard talk around here.
Like 16.
Now get this. I have heard talk in my town of people that say they used to vote Trump, they will vote for somebody else now because Trump caused the virus. And I said, well, how in the heck did he cause a virus?
And whenever the cops first came to the vigil,
And this is their response. I've heard this more than once, but you'll understand these kind of people here in a minute.
that was right whenever
They're saying Trump made China mad over this trade deal, so they retaliated with a virus. It is supposedly in the trade deal that if there is a virus or a pandemic, the trade deal is kind of null and void. But you got to remember this, take this into account. A lot of these people that are saying this stuff have also told me that Facebook is the #1 place to get accurate news. You cannot put false information on Facebook. It is accurate. And that's what people are telling me. And these are adults that are, 20 plus years older than me. I'm about 38, almost. So you got to take that into account. Facebook is the last place to get accurate news. Now, yes, I use it for some gun rights stuff. I use it for my glass research, antique glass stuff, and my UFO page. But personal, I don't use it.
They want what happened to Garrett Foster to happen to all of us. And that's
Well,
why
Trump
I'm not
can't
like
stop
Daniel
the
Perry.
election. I mean, we know that.
Harry did that shit intentionally, and they're letting him go.
Now,
free.
there's supposedly,
They arrest the little girl for a flashlight.
now, the Democrats are getting a group together. You might as well call them cops. I don't know what else you want to call them. But they think that if Trump loses, which he could, I'm not saying he's going to guarantee win. You don't want the Hillary mindset. We know what happened there. Well, they say that if he loses, that he will not leave the White House. He will barricade himself in a room. And they will have to drag him out. And
Not until this fucking May starts.
now, speaking of conservative and all of that,
It doesn't.
I don't know when I'll go live again. No idea. But
I know it's already in my boards. Already.
pay attention to your email
Huh?
over the week.
Somebody gave me something like
And I don't care if you got Gmail, Yahoo Mail, I've got Proton Mail. It doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Look at your spam email. This has been happening to me a lot.
It never stops burning because it's an oil.
All political email that I get that is conservative
I got it like day 5.
goes to spam.
Yeah.
I have got maybe 5% at the most email conservative come to my inbox. It all goes spam. So pay attention and see if that happens.
I'm ready to get off.
Some is stuff that I've intentionally signed up for. Some I haven't. It's been a mix, but it goes to the spam folder. Very little goes where it should. Even replies that have been sent personally to me, that kind of thing, they go to spam. Hey, Cypher and Trump girl. There you go. When I first heard about it, I thought, well, maybe that's a Gmail issue or whatever. But I got Proton Mail, which is based over in Switzerland and or Sweden. I don't know. I get the two mixed up. Whatever. And it's over there. And I started paying a little more attention, and it's definitely true. Hey, David.
It's like,
Hey, text to speech is active if anybody wants to holler or anything. Yeah, I'm working on getting these videos and
guys,
whatnot
I don't vape, but I have this little pen
converted
that has essential
for
oils
mom.
that's supposed to help you calm down.
So,
It helps me. I like the smell and I like the way that it fills my nostrils. I usually, you know, when I start feeling really anxious, or right now, like it's been a long day. But that's what Ellie was freaking out about earlier. I think they're infused with a little bit of CBD. I buy them at a CBD store here in Austin. I don't know, but they're supposed to be mainly like
hey, MK.
these things with little essential oils. I don't. Again, the essential oils thing is a whole. But I just like.
Yeah, those auto sears that were busted. They said they were like $13 items. Well, those came from, and well, I can't say for sure, but I do know Wish.com, which all comes straight from China, was selling the Glock auto sears for $13. So now, if somebody would have bought just a couple of them, they'd have got away with it. But they bought so many that, well, you know, that's what got them caught. If they would have bought just a handful, because they ain't very big, they'd have got away with it. But you buy anything in that much of a quantity, you're just asking for trouble. Yeah, he's an idiot. Yeah, he put a video out, Military Arms Channel, Tim over there. He,
It's tough sometimes. There's been days where I get real emotional about what's going on.
he put a video out about that idiot, that NFAC Grandmaster,
Whether or not you're involved,
whatever,
you know, you see things being exchanged.
trying to say why they had the negligent discharge down there. And he's an idiot.
You know, all kinds of
If you got an AR-15, in which a lot of people do, you can.
you know, and just kind of sometimes.
You probably already know this,
I
but
do my best. You know, I do my best to continue.
well, yeah, he's an idiot. But
Unbiased, but
if you lock the bolt to the look, put a full mag. I don't care what size, but throw you a mag in your AR. Lock the bolt to the rear. If you hit the buttstock with a little bit of force, it don't take much. The bolt will slam home. No different than hitting the bolt release. That's how you chamber around. Then you pull trigger, gun goes bang. Okay. Well, that idiot Grandmaster, whatever, Dindu, he says when the bolt slammed home, the gun will fire itself. No. And also, he claimed that his AR came from Germany. Well, Tim over there, you know, Military Arms, he said he pointed out a lot more stuff on the gun and proved that that gun's actually banned, post-ban, whatever they call it. They were sold when Clinton done the assault weapons ban. I don't remember the name, but they don't have a flash hider and a couple other odds and ends. So yeah, he's an idiot. An AR is probably one of the safest firearms out there. I can't think of another rifle that's any safer. You would, you know, you could load a round into the chamber, take it off safety,
Someone died. I don't know. if
and
that's the case,
pretty much
Garrett.
do anything
I
you
mean,
wanted,
I
and it'd
was
be hard to
personal
get it
friends with
fired.
Garrett, though, and I like
Nah, it
him.
wasn't
He's a good
pre-ban.
guy.
It was
You know,
post-ban.
all political opinions aside, man, I love people that I don't agree with.
I do have some
Like, you know, I have friends that are really
mags, the
conservative,
Glock
and
mags that were sold for during the ban. Those are kind of cool.
and to
They
just
say
put
law
death
enforcement only on them.
It's sad, no matter the
I picked up a
circumstance,
bunch
right?
of them
So,
a couple
that's-
years ago.
That's my opinion on that particular.
There was a gun shop just south of me
I don't like when people
that
die.
had,
and not in front
they
of me.
must have had
You know,
1,000 Glock
still very
19
emotional
mags
for me.
for like 10
I'm not
bucks a
saying I
piece,
agreed with
and I bought a whole
everything
bunch
Garrett
of
did,
them.
But I'm also not saying that I don't, right?
I actually
Not
bought
discount
some
my
and
opinion.
sold them to different states too. Shipped
the
them
fact
out.
that he just died to me was painful. I mean, you don't have to go beyond that. Just any death. You know what, I want to live in a world, and I know it's a utopia, but I strive every
Yeah,
day to
binary
live what I
trigger'd be
preach,
cool.
And I preach that everyone has the right to life. And if I can help push that ideal, you know, I'm a little bit of an idealist, I will. It's just one of those basic things that I think we should all want for each other.
I don't
You
know.
The right to life, the right to redeem ourselves.
Most guns,
You know,
I
when we
mean,
make
especially
mistakes,
anything
not to have
that's
to pay for them with your life,
widely
like,
sold and been out
chaos.
this as long as a lot of these
Moment we're
rifles
living
have,
in, but
they're
it
safe.
pains me. It pains me a lot.
Now,
But this
something
has
a
to
lot of
be
people
the
don't
case, No
know,
matter what we're trying to change, no matter how
and I
we're
didn't
trying
know
to
this
change
for a long time,
it's just
as
so
far as
sad,
drop safe
you know,
goes,
and that's just that's what I can tell you guys, you know, and I think
shotguns
it's
are
really
not
unbiased.
drop safe.
I
Like
mean, it is an
Mossberg
opinion,
500s and
it's
whatnot,
nihilist, right? 'Cause
you
I
drop one of
value
those, they'll
human
go
life.
off.
But I think I value it because I value
That's
my
why
own
a lot
life.
of
I see
people
how other
recommend,
value their own lives too, and if they value them the same way that I do,
you know, if you're going to keep a 12 gauge in the corner,
on anyone, because I would never wish
don't
it on
have
me.
a round in the chamber. Those binary triggers, though, are something else. I've never used one, but ammo's too scarce right now, though, to be messing around too much.
Hey,
I got a
about the
vacuum
facts of
sealer,
the
one of
case, I
them
mean, I honestly,
we call food savers.
I have not seen enough
I mean, I
footage.
started
I've
doing
not
some
seen what
prepping with some
happened. I
food
was
because
there,
around here, grocery store
and I
shelves
don't
are
even know
getting
what
scarce.
happened, guys. I can honest to God say that I have no clue.
But
whether Garrett
I'm gonna
at
vacuum
any point
seal
pointed
some
at me. I don't know. I don't
ammo,
know.
some
That's
mags.
it.
That way I don't have to worry about them.
Footage. You know,
Load
I
up some
witnessed
30 round
it.
P mags and vacuum
And
seal
everyone
them.
that witnessed it said he didn't point his guns, but I'm still skeptical, you know? I'm still looking for the facts and for the evidence. And all of you should too. I mean, I was there, and I don't even feel certain about what happened. And it just
Yeah,
confuzzles
food
me
is definitely
that some
something
people out there
good to
know
do.
what happened and weren't there. And I was there, and I don't know what
I got,
happened. So,
it'll be a couple weeks yet, but a buddy of mine lives a few streets over. He's got some friends that are Mennonite. You know, they're like modern Amish, I guess. Well, anyway, he helps them out and whatnot. We're going to go down there. They said to give it about 2 or 3 weeks and come down. All the produce will be a lot cheaper. And we're going to start doing a bunch of canning. If you've got plenty of ammo, you can burn through it there, Arsenal, but it's hard to find around here. Ammo's non-existent. I've heard some gun shows are getting up to $1 a piece for 9mm FMJ. Yeah, Trump girl, that's exactly what's getting low here, canned goods. I'm not exactly sure why either. Yeah, I got a little more sighting in to do with my rifle, with my couple 5.56s, but I'm not going to go too crazy. But I think we may need all this stuff here for too long.
There's people straggling right here.
Yeah, I done the, what they call it, click list at Kroger's, you know, where you order your groceries and go pick them up. That's not a bad deal. Yeah, no rice here either. That's gone too. And I got like 100 canned goods, I think it was, plus some other stuff. But there was about a dozen things that they didn't have. couldn't fill the whole order.
And I'm not upset. I just, obviously I can't answer all your comments.
So it's
Stop myself before I annoy everyone else.
now something I don't have,
Necessarily interested in stuff.
and I do want to get, because I do see it around here, some birdshot. If you can find you some number 7, number 8 birdshot, a lot of people overlook it. But you can easily make you some wax slugs. And that's something I need to look into a little bit. Yeah, I got a little bit of range time I need to do. I got to dial in a couple rifles, but one at 100 yards, one at 200. I want to buy that 308, but I don't know. I'm still debating. Now, something I'm getting ready to put together, and this is a good prepping idea. I mean, others might have done it. I don't know. I kind of just thought of it. But get you those like page protectors, you know, like you use in a 3-ring binder. Well, go in your pantry, wherever you store your food at, and make a list. Print off a list of everything you want to have in a basic food storage. You know, canned corn, canned whatever, bag of rice, this, that, the other. Write all that down, put it in the page protectors, and then get you one of those grease pencils, or maybe even a dry erase marker. Write how many you have. You got 20 can of corn, you got 10 can of this, 9 of this, whatever. And that way, as you use it, you can easily wipe the number off, write the new number on it, and then when you buy more, you can add to your list. It saves you from having to print everything off. And if you have a fear that, well, what if my list gets wiped out somehow, just snap a picture with it on your phone every now and then. But having it that way makes it, you know, pretty easy. But yeah, I've heard like Blazer brass 9mm going for $1 a round in some places. That's nuts. Yeah, there's some apps and stuff too, but I like to kind of have it online and offline as well. Cheeseburger, you made me think of something. There's a really neat idea I would like to try sometime. Yeah, that stuff's expensive here too, Trump Girl. Like, I was looking at a can of corned beef hash and it was like $5. That's nuts. But cheeseburger, there was a guy on YouTube. There's several videos, but they're called hot glue bullets. The guy had a .44 Magnum revolver, 6-shot. Nice looking gun. But he hadn't had a chance to go to the range and shoot it. It had been raining and all that kind of stuff. So you take your round, any revolver round. It would probably work semi-auto too, single shot it. But anyhow, take your casing, your brass, put a primer in it, and then he took his bullet mold for a .44, get them ice cold in the freezer, fill them up with hot glue, let them set for a few hours. You pop them out, you put it into the casing, your brass, push it all the way in with a number 2 pencil, and he was able to practice shooting his .44 in his garage. No gunpowder. It doesn't have the power to even knock a cardboard box off the top of his trash can. But it was something to have some fun with. And he said you could get maybe 18 to 24 shots before the bullet's too messed up. And then you just make another one. He had 8 or 9 bullet molds he had picked up, I think at a gun show years back for cheap. And it was kind of neat though. But yeah, it was $5 for just corned beef hash, yeah. And they had that, oh, what do you call it? Well, you know, they got those little cans of like Vienna sausages and whatnot. They're 63 cents a can, but they had the potted meat. I think they call it deviled ham. And that stuff's like $3 now for a little can. It's crazy. Yeah, wood would work too, but the glue was just like super simple. I've been busy lately and haven't had a chance, but I can do that though. Give me just a second here. I can do it right now, Good Life. What do you want me to title it? What do you want me to title that section on the Discord? And I'll make it right now. I've been busy with stuff and you know.
Cool. So, what are you doing out here, man?
Standing with Boogaloo, standing with, Constitution.
Man, you know I'm gonna ask you this, but what do you think about the Boogaloos and white supremacy?
Yeah, everything, all that stuff's like
That's
expensive.
been a really big thing that the media's been trying to spread about the Boogaloo movement, make it a common enemy towards the public. The only thing Boogaloo stands for is freedom of speech, and the same rights apply to everyone.
Yeah, give me just a second here and I'll make it. I gotta remember how to do it. It's been a minute.
Personally, I've been supporting Black Lives Matter since they started coming around, what was that, 2016, 2015, and I was always an avid supporter of it, and, the Boogaloo movement. They support first guns for everyone, brother.
And in Austin, man, do you feel like most people within the
Here we go.
movement feel the same way you do about the Black Lives Matter movement? So most people support the movement?
Well, I can't speak for, everyone, but majority of people that I personally spoke with, they do support it.
Yeah. And could you tell us just real quick, what are the Boogaloo Boys?
Boogaloo Boys?
Yeah.
The movement that's simply for the same constitutional rights for everyone, regardless of creed, race, religion, it doesn't matter.
Cool.
If you want to protest something, go protest it. Nobody should tell you no.
Yeah, well, thanks, man. Thanks for reiterating that. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Just because.
All right, I just made one called prepping. I just left it at that. But now there's a prepping channel. So go over there and post to your heart's content. I did see a guy last week at the grocery store. He had the plague doctor mask on. You know, the old bird-looking thing.
And how's it been tonight, man?
It's been a while. A lot of people showed up.
Now here's something interesting.
It means a lot.
Walmart put out an article, a statement the other day. Since they're the largest, retailer, about people not wearing masks in their store.
I just moved to Austin, really, so this is my first time.
And Walmart claims that the majority of people that refuse to wear a mask are also open carrying a gun. They're like saying not even in a holster, Glocks in their waistband, it said. And I guess one guy already pulled a gun on a Walmart worker. One guy hit a Walmart worker with his car. So I guess that's going on. Even though Walmart technically banned open carry in their store, but, well. But that's what they're claiming.
are probably one of the most important things I know. So I appreciate
Yeah, I haven't been to Walmart in quite a while,
This
but
just gives me energy.
well, there's a book floating around, and yes, I saw a picture on Facebook, but it did look legit at least. And it was a Walmart manual, employee guide handbook. I don't know what they called it, but anyhow, it stated in there was a 4-step procedure they're supposed to do to get you to wear a mask. But if you still don't want to wear it, they're just supposed to let you shop. So, I'm not a fan of open carry personally, but anybody that wants to open carry should have full right to do so.
So for those of you that don't know, we are currently walking to the 4th in Congress.
I'm not going to dog somebody that wants to open carry. Now, I'll give my opinion about it if they ask, but
There's a lot of hills.
I'm not going to
Tonight,
be hard
we
on them.
had a march.
Because in my state, you don't need a permit of any kind in order to carry openly. You do for concealed, but like I said earlier, our gun laws here are going to be horrible here really soon.
You know, a couple blocks away.
Yeah, there's a couple places like that here that really welcome guns,
I usually turn it on when things get intense. And
but I carry everywhere.
So anyway, we marched peacefully at the University of Texas at Austin. Then I made my way down to 4th and Congress, where there was a lot more police presence and there seemed to be a lot more individual confrontations.
Grumpy, oh man, you're exactly right.
And APD didn't have.
As long as somebody is carrying,
there's no rioting, there was no looting.
that's the main thing.
There's a lot of people out here with guns, the Boogaloo Boys. We saw Mike Ramos' brigade try to take the highway at some point. And then we also observed the last bit where the Austin Police Department used APD cavalry like horses, and DPS, State Patrol, assisted them in that effort to disperse the crowds in the street, and then people just went home. But obviously the story's longer than that, so if you're interested in any of these particular events, they're all on the live stream on this page. And I'll be out every single night recording every single event here in Austin, Texas.
Hey, no problem. If anybody can help me out, I'd always appreciate it.
I also might be wrong about 4th in Congress. Again, I kind of gathered the info that I can. I mean, there seem to be various, don't get me wrong, individual confrontations. But the impression that I got from talking to APD and from talking to the protesters is that as a whole, you know, percentage-wise, it was mostly peaceful without any incident. Because, you know, it's because
hey, that's pretty cool.
You guys are watching this stream.
I'm not a fan of Benchmade, but still cool though.
Watching Seattle, and honestly, I mean, that pales in comparison. So, like, you know, I try to really give you that.
When Benchmade went anti-gun, that kind of put a sour taste in my mouth as far as their brand goes. But
maybe it was more chaos and it was peace. Y'all can, you know, correct me if you were here or if you've been here. I mean, whatever.
nah, the 19's easy to carry. I'm only 5'4", good life. I carried the 19 for a long time. That's an easy one. Concealed carry. I had the 26 and got rid of it. Mine was a Jam-O-Matic. Oh yeah, Arsenal, I get your point there. Yeah, that was a really nice gift. I mean, they're not cheap by any means.
You let me know, right? So, alright, so how...
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way.
Fourth in Congress, for the most part? Did you start here?
But yeah, I had a 26 that was horrible. That thing jammed on me. I never did get through a full mag on it. I got rid of it.
Can you tell me about what happened down there with APD? I didn't see any of that. I was with the other group at UT.
I got the Shield 9 now. I like it.
I actually walked over from UT at the same time as you. I think I saw you there and like left.
One of these days, you know, down the road, maybe I'll get the Shield in 45 just for the heck of it. But I don't know though.
I went to actually go to the store, and when I came back on 3rd and Colorado,
I'm not a brand junkie or fanboy, as they say. It just depends on the individual firearm. Yeah, I wish I would have waited before I bought it though.
That stream just startled the protest.
Alright, thanks
I
Arsenal.
think there's some paranoia.
Yeah, if I would have waited one more week, my Shield would have been $50 off. But as it was $300 with tax, so can't holler there. Hey, thanks for the donation, by the way. Y'all know who you are. I don't like to shout out names and stuff.
Wow. Did you see her family bag with the eye?
But
Arizona iced tea.
yeah, that 26, that thing was horrible. I even sent it to Glock, and they couldn't even figure it out. They sent it back, but they never fixed it.
Honestly,
There's a gun I want though, just for fun. But
I was there.
the 19 don't print at all
And
if you got a good holster. But there's a gun that I want. I've got the normal version. You know the Heritage Rough Riders.
unlocked it.
That little 22 look like cowboy gun kind of deal. Well, I've got a couple of them. But they've got one. They got a Heritage Rough Rider 22 revolver with an 18-inch barrel. I'd like to have one just for fun. I don't know why, but it reminds me of the Joker on Batman.
A group of people, after we were told.
I saw that
they all went in the road. And,
Palomito State had them.
Regular APD, and then some horse cops, and they pushed everyone to the side.
And it looked, it just looked like
There were
something
some
fun to play with.
That got maced and hit pretty badly.
It was a
little
Gen
while
3.
after that,
Gen 3.
The horse cops came around, bro, and they were trying to get everybody on the sidewalk.
I'm not really sure who's who in
They
this
were up
situation.
on the sidewalk, and they continued to mace people and trample people. They trampled people like right as they were breaking up the line at first too.
Yeah, mine was Gen 3.
You know?
So is my
That was
19.
pretty bad, regardless of whether or not people were on the street.
Did it say like that? Or was
Only
it just that
because there was a $100 difference
It
in
was
price.
like that for maybe a half an hour, an hour, and then they started bringing out the white buses and all that stuff, and everybody started moving down. That's when the marching really started.
I put night sights on it and all that.
Well, thanks, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I appreciate
Trigicons or whatever.
We're all going back to the vigil right
I might
now.
put a set on my shield, I don't know
Walked
yet.
About 40 blocks today. We're all just like kind of grabbing our cars and taking off. I think it was a.
Oh, okay.
A lot of stuff happened, and we're all just trying to get home.
But yeah, Arsenal, if you can come up with some sort of a clip for it, 'cause I like to tuck my shirt in sometimes, depending on where I'm going. And if you can get it to where it's tuckable somehow,
Right there, that's what that is. They were
then we'll be good.
They maced people, and they.
I mean, I can still use it otherwise, but I like to tuck my shirt in.
Cool. Thanks for your kind of patch there. Again,
It seems like the little shield in 45 would be a little snappy, but it'd be fun though.
as I am unbiased for 1 and 2, I wasn't there to give you.
Anybody here ever watch Kentucky Ballistic
take that
on YouTube? He put a neat video out the other day of
especially state troopers, they had their names off and they had their numbers off, which is super duper.
I don't know. High Point actually makes some decent stuff.
So that's something to keep in mind.
That stuff's like a tank. Kel-Tec, well,
I think that
I will say Kel-Tec's got to be the most innovative company out there. They come up with some neat stuff. It don't always work well,
the
but
importance of being able to identify.
anyhow, Kentucky Ballistics showed some new ammo. You know, he's a fan of the 500 Magnum. He's got the record for shooting it the fastest. But he found some shot shells for the 500 Magnum. Pretty cool. Number 4 shot and some number 9. No recoil whatsoever.
It's much more important.
But they look pretty neat.
Whenever they beat somebody.
I'm not sure what they cost or anything, but
taking your name off and your number.
he had them.
You know, it's basic accountability stuff.
Thanks for your kind of facts of the story.
Yeah, Kel-Tec's kind of like Taurus, you know. Lately, they've both been doing pretty well. You know, Taurus, about everything they're producing now is really good, and Kel-Tec's kind of the same deal. Now they both had sketchy past, but I mean, my PT-111 Taurus, it did bite the dust, but I will say though, 3 weeks from the day I sent it back, I had it fixed and back in my hands. That's pretty good customer service. But yeah, Taurus is doing really well. I've got their 357 revolver, the Tracker 6-inch. That thing's fun. The only thing I hate about that revolver, there's 0 recoil, and I could really burn through some 357 if I ain't careful. I put a cheap reflex red dot on it and exploded it after a few shots. Yeah, Good Life, I put 1,200 rounds through it, through the 111, and the slide actually cut me. It came apart. When I took it off the gun, you could look underneath the slide and it was shiny as anything. And pieces of it actually cut me. It looked like you took a pocket knife and just started shaving the metal down. And actually a small chunk of it about the size of the end of a ballpoint pen busted clear off the slide. But 3 weeks though, they replaced it. So but it was the PT-111 though. Yeah, G2 I think it was called or whatever. Millennium G2 PT-111. Had 1,200 rounds through it. But like I say, they fixed it, so well, they replaced the slide. It was the rails underneath. It wasn't anything rubbing, it was just metal shavings were coming off and cut my thumb. Not bad, but still cut me. I had to pull a piece of metal out. If I would have put probably, I'm going to guess another couple hundred rounds through it, it would have busted clear apart. Okay. Hey, that skull's pretty cool. Look like wild boar or something. Pretty cool. And thanks for the donations, guys. But, well, Sky, well, yeah, the triggers suck, but it really doesn't matter, though. Trigger doesn't make a whole lot of difference when you're shooting 5 feet.
Oh man. Oh, this light's too bright. Okay, that light's better.
Yeah, I like that, the hog
So,
skull.
Really quick.
You need
tonight,
a
I'm just
Confederate
gonna do a
flag
really quick
pattern,
recap
too.
for those
That
of
would
you
be
that are
cool.
just jumping in. We started at the
But-
University of Texas at Austin. YouTube.
But yeah, when you're right up
They say-
close, it doesn't
So we
make a
started
whole
at
lot
the
of difference.
University of Texas,
And Sky's got a no
Austin,
questions
pointing down. I can't see
lifetime
people, but
warranty too, so
we
there is
go.
that.
Now you guys are staring at my crotch. I'm so sorry for the
But
unsightly view. I hope that wasn't staring at that direction. It was pointing at the direction. Anyway, so
yeah,
we started at the
flamethrowers
University
are
of
not
Austin.
regulated.
Quite a few marches were present, about 150.
You can actually buy napalm mail order too.
Boys show up at that point. They came down with weapons. There was like 2 truckloads of them. And so there's like 15, 20 people that are fully armed. And they expressed that they weren't white supremacists. If anything, they were strong supporters of the Black Lives Matter movement. Although, nationally this organization seems to be known to be a white supremacist organization, but they completely denied any of those claims. They said
Looks
that
like we
they
got
were there
something
for
big
protest
going on. Whoa.
just to keep the peace. So we marched through, they left.
I gotta see if I can find a feed for this. We might have some big action.
So they were only there for
Like,
a little bit.
really
They
big.
marched around District 9. District 9 is represented by a city
hang on a
council
second
member
here.
in Austin that I think is progressive, but doesn't support defunding the police. So they marched in that neighborhood to make a
Active
statement
riot.
to the city
Georgia
council
prison.
member, District 9 in Austin, Texas. That march went by really peacefully. It was lengthy.
Over 1,500 inmates.
But ultimately, we made it right back.
So I gotta try to find a
Austin,
feed on that.
the University of Austin.
Summer, no. A medical marijuana card will make it illegal for you to own a
Down
firearm.
here, I noticed there's a lot of APD presence, vehicles. They were holding less lethal.
It says it right on the 4473. Has nothing to do with your state. It's federal. It's right on your form 4473. No,
she does have footage. I have nothing to do with her, but for the person, I think it's always it's the team.
That's why they're pushing the medical marijuana card so hard. It's a way to get people to give up their guns.
There was a lot of chaos here.
You're not even allowed to own a firearm if you have a medical marijuana card.
Which is down the street here on 4th.
But yeah, I'm gonna try to find a video of that Georgia thing.
APD set up like a perimeter where they had
If there is
like,
any.
a bunch of officers in a little area that was secluded and guarded by APD. And it looked like whenever something happened here at the memorial, they would deploy from there and tactically come here. Now, if there's something you don't know about Austin, and you should know, it's that they're extremely coordinated. And
There's another YouTube channel that's looking for it, so
really strategically planned beforehand.
I don't really want
And
to
they play it
steal
out
his
like a play
YouTube
of
feed,
performance.
but
It's really
I'll see
interesting
what
to watch
feed he
because it
finds.
gets really repetitive. The protesters tried to take the highway. I wasn't there for that again, but I came back when they were taking the streets.
Find out.
After they marched.
Here, just a sec, what his name is.
Once we got there,
If I
somebody
can
got
remember.
detained because they thought there was Molotovs going off in the car.
Yeah,
So
Austin
they found
Zone,
out that
he's
was
looking
true,
for a feed,
and they
I
let
guess.
Shoot the people that were being detained for making Molotovs go. I was actually in the vehicle with them because they took me to the location where protesters were taking the highway.
Doesn't look like he found one.
APD, the Austin Police Department headquarters, and the department dispersed the crowd, tried to get them out of the road.
People are reporting on his
They made
stream
several
though that
warnings
guards
to
have
the
been
crowd
killed
that they
and
were
all kinds of
taking
stuff.
the highway, which is a reason that they could get arrested.
But
the crowds dispersed.
I really don't know
Kind of died down and
where you're going to
but
find a
beyond
live
that,
feed of a prison
you know,
riot.
I can't tell you that there was anything huge, there's bombs, or y'all are used to Portland, and that's a whole other story.
Maybe
But
Periscope.
with that said, I'm going to go back to the memorial, leave the stream, pointed at that for just a little bit, and then end the stream for those of you that want to see the Garrett Foster Memorial out here in Austin, Texas.
But I'm not seeing anything, so. Says, yeah, somebody said inmates have killed some guards hog-tied the warden, and they've got guns and tasers and are setting fires. Don't know if it's true or not, but
and for those of you that aren't aware, we are unbiased reporting. I don't ever give my opinion. I try to give as humanly possible, right? Because I'm not a trained journalist.
there is a guy talking about it on Austin's feed, but I don't know. I'm not sure where he got that feed from.
I think it takes a lot of understanding of rhetoric, and knowing what is objective and isn't. Determining what are quantitative versus qualitative statements. And I've been doing my best to learn about that.
So I'm looking here.
Prepared and to give you guys just information so you at home can be, better informed. I've been doing this for nights in a row without any stopping.
But I'm not seeing anything right off. He got a feed from somewhere, but no action though.
So, again, thank you guys for tuning in tonight. Things are quiet. People are mourning. People are speaking, hanging out at the Garrett Crossing in Brooklyn, Congress, downtown Austin, Texas.
So I guess nobody's doing the prison riot thing. Let's see what other feeds I got out here. I got a few of them pulled up. I mean, they all kind of suck, but let's see what this jogger's got to say. I think it's still the same area. It's still Texas. Hey, Deagle.
Why is she a bitch? Why is she a bitch? Why is she a bitch? No, bro.
The young lady, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
I'll correct myself. The young lady on the curb, shoot me.
What were you doing? I'm not saying that's a problem.
I asked her if she was okay, and she said, because I saw her like about to pass out on the curb.
Okay, I understand that can be infuriating.
Yeah, I remember that Good Life, yeah.
Concerning how
There's a disrespectful
she could have said, what? Don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. That bitch got disrespectful. I'm talking to him and he just got disrespectful. Bro, I'm sitting here talking to him. He talks first. He talks
So yeah, these feeds are kind of lame, but
now he's talking about stuff. I'm talking to him.
I'll see if there's anything a little better.
Don't sit here and walk off in my face like I ain't talking to him. You tried. Alright. No.
It was pouring down rain out in Portland, so they weren't really doing too much.
Hi. You.
Well,
I'm peaceful and being disrespectful.
let's look at Portland anyway. They're running somewhere. Still raining, I think. Shoot, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, there ain't no videos of the riot. Not that I can find. Alright. Arsenal, just say something in Discord. That way I can find your name. Just make a comment. Then y'all make it so you can post a picture.
We're on Southeast 48 in Southeast Belmont right now.
Alright, you can post picture now. I think. What's that vest she got on? She looked like a Walmart worker. That one that was in a blue vest. She looked like a Walmart worker. Right.
Let your reaper be out.
Come to your left, come to your right. One of them down, keep it quiet. Down to your right.
Hey, I like that. That looks nice. That pearl clear. I gotta fix this so more people can post pictures. Hang on. Hold on a minute. Try to post a picture now. Good life. Try it. It should work. I had the permissions all screwed up. Yeah, she looked like a Walmart worker. Like, she ain't know nothing about no ACLU. She's one of them, hey, you need a buggy? You know, she one of them kind. She don't know nothing about this kind of press and all that. She the one that asked, what aisle they keep the Duke's Mayo in? I can't find it. You know, she one of them. Hey, Good Life, go try to post a picture. Unless you did. Yeah, try to post one in the general chat. I gotta fix some stuff here.
Did they turn left?
I forget what I'm doing half the time. So hang on. It'll work now.
I have to check my feed.
I had to do some changing around. I talked to Dee about a week ago. Anna I ain't talked to. I don't know what she's been up to. Yeah, there's a large crowd at the courthouse in Portland, like always. I mean, they ain't doing nothing, but standing around acting stupid. Yeah, white picture showed up. Just a plain white picture. Oh, I see it there. Don't forget though, my Discord's labeled a hate group, by the way. Deagle, the show's never coming back. It's gone forever. Live PD and those shows are over. It was a good run while it lasted, though. Trying to find my music. Gotta find all my Johnny Rebel music. I lost it.
PPP are fucking fast, fuck that job and fuck that fast!
Ah, here it is. We'll play some music. What the heck? Just because we can. And if people don't like it, tough.
Have you ever been just driving around and ended up in the colored part of town? And you see an old-time one-room shack with a great big TV antenna. Then you look out in the back, you can always see a Cadillac. And inside there's about 15 niggers eating one can of beans for dinner. Now ain't that just like a nigger, so the story goes? They just like to live that way, you know.
Good life. It's all because of my icon. But my whole entire Discord's downloadable now.
They're hard-headed as a dad-blamed mule. And the only reason they go to school is so they can learn to sign their names when they become members of the welfare line. They're looking for a handout, yeah, something free. Looking for a handout from you and me. And with the consent of the president, they're gonna get their way. They're gonna get their way. Now, I ain't aiming to run anybody down, but I know how they operate down in Coontown. Why, they wouldn't hit a lick at a snake if it was curling up to strike. But when their leader says, hey, nigga, demonstrate, why, them jigaboos don't even hesitate. 'Cause as a nigger says, them's the kind of happenings we like. They're looking for a handout, yeah, something free. Looking for a handout from you and me. And with the consent of the president, they're gonna get their way. They're gonna get their way. But one day there's gonna be a stop to all this giving.
Yeah, post whatever you want on
will have to
Discord.
account for your
I
living.
opened it up to everybody. Post away.
You won't be able to hold your black hand out and wait for somebody to give you your daily bread. Also, the master says you'll have to earn your salvation. So you'd better start looking over the situation and stop causing all this trouble and be a good old nigger instead. And quit looking for a handout. Yeah, something free. Quit looking for a handout from Uncle Sam and me. Don't try to integrate. Be glad to segregate. It's better that way. Much better that way. It's better that way.
No, sorry, Roman. I didn't see you when you first come in. I've been bouncing around.
Much to my surprise,
Apologize.
before very long, looking for a handout was sitting on top of the segregation hit parade.
Yeah, Brian, I changed the rules of the Discord so anybody can post whatever now.
And since I got my first break by singing about niggers, I'll just sing 2 or 3 more verses.
I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I gotta get something to eat real quick.
Now we've all heard of the NAACP. They say they're gonna make all them niggers free. What they mean is they're looking for someone to earn it, bring it in the house, put it on the table and feed them. Cause their idea of freedom ain't being free. It seems they're more interested in getting it free. And me and my family and every other white man in his family could go for that kind of freedom. Still looking for a handout. Things are still the same. Still looking for a handout. Not a thing has changed. While they're on welfare, they haven't got a care. Cause they like it that way. They like it that way. My mother used to say, son, a living comes hard, and you ain't gonna make it by sitting in the yard. You just can't sit around like a nigger. You had to get up all bit and hustle yourself a job. And after all these years, I find this true. And I sit and wonder like most white men do. Who in the world is feeding them jungle bunnies while they're demonstrating, causing riots and forming mobs? Still looking for a handout. Things are still the same. Still looking for a handout. Not a thing has changed. While they're on welfare.
Hey, I just want to throw this out there real quick. Now that we got that preppers section on the Discord, when y'all go to the grocery store next, post over on that section of the Discord, the preppers, if you've got shortages and what they are, or if there's any, products that are getting more expensive. That way we can all kind of get an idea and post what state. So if you see stuff that you can't find it or it's just outrageously expensive, it's kind of nice to know, and then maybe we can see a pattern or something might be emerging. You never know.
But like I said before, they keep a wanting more. They like it that way. They like it that way. They like it that way.
Take it easy there, Arsenal.
Hey, whoever drew this, fuck you, I guess.
I like sugar and I like tea, but I don't like niggers. No siree. There's 2 known things that'll make me puke. That's a hog eating slop and a big black spook. You know it, 'cause I show it. Like a barnyard rooster, I crow it. And the NAACP would sure like to get a hold of nigger-hating me. Roses are red and violets are blue and niggers are black. You know that's true, but they don't mind
the heck? You gotta be black to get a welfare check, and I'm broke. No joke. I ain't got a nickel for a coat, and I ain't black, you see. So Uncle Sam won't help poor nigger hating me. Jigaboo, jigaboo, where are you? I was here in the wood pile watching you. Jigaboo, jigaboo, come out now, so I'm scared of the white man way down south, you know it. 'Cause I show it, stick your black head out and I blow it. And the NAACP can't keep you away from a little old nigger hating me. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the blackest of them all?
A man named King, it ain't no doubt, and he's causing lots of trouble with his baboon mouth. The ruin
he's a-doing is caused by the trouble he's a-brewing. And the NAACP can't win if white men stick with nigger hating me. Hey, Mr. President, what do you say? When are we whites gonna have our day? The niggers had theirs such a long, long time. I'm a white and it's time that I have mine, you know it. 'Cause I show it, stick your black head out and I blow it. And the NAACP can't win if white men stick with nigger hating me.
nigger hating me. Nigger hating me. Nigger hating me. Nigger hating me.
If you smell something funny when you walk down the street, you're in Coontown. You look and see garbage all over the street, you're in Coontown. Up and down the street there ain't nothing but trash. Nigger girls trying to get a nigger boy's cash. Then you even see a spook with a big mustache in Coontown. On the corner there's a nigger with a drink in his hand, that's Coontown. Trying to bum a nickel from whoever he can in Coontown. And don't be surprised, you can make a bet. If you go back tomorrow, he'll be there yet. He's trying to get drunk, and drunk he's gonna get in Coontown. Never bother about going to work in Coontown. They seem to think that work is for jerks out of Coontown. He don't do nothing but sleep and doze. He don't wake until his eyes are tired of being closed. It's half a day's work for him to scratch his toes in Coontown. It amazes me to see the way they live in Coontown. They do all the taking while we have to give to Coontown. The night man worries, the nigger don't care, 'cause at the end of the month his check will be there. Every nigger earns his living off the old welfare in Coontown. Every nigger earns his living off the old welfare in Coontown. LBJ was a-flying one morning over South Louisiana, feeling forlorn. Then he looks down below and what does he see? Two Cajuns pulling a nigger on skis. So he lands and says, thanks for helping your black brother. And them two Cajuns looked at each other, said he might be smart, but I'll tell you something, he don't know a thing about alligator hunting. No, wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? Wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? Wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? And the hating everybody is a-getting much bigger. A rich man traveling down through the South stopped in Mississippi to get a tooth pulled out. When he paid the doctor the charges due, he said, my nigger chauffeur's got a bad tooth too. Well, I pull it, said the doctor, but you better not holler, 'cause I'll have to charge you $200. 'Cause here in Mississippi can't open his mouth, I'll have to go through his bottom to get the thing out. Oh, wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? Wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? Wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? And the hating everybody is getting much bigger.
All there is one little video out of the prison riot. Yeah, some dude bleeding out.
There ain't much difference between a nigger and a donkey, about as much between a ape and a monkey. One's a little bigger, but you gotta agree, there's not very much more that you can see. But a mule earns his living by the sweat of his neck, while a nigger sits down, draws a government check. The nigger should be smarter as a general rule, but in a spelling contest, I pick the mule. Oh, wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? Wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? Wop, bop, bam, bam, who likes a nigger? And the hating everybody is getting much bigger. Trashy looking crew, they'll change our ways and take our schools away from me and you. It's time for us to make a stand to keep our southern ways. We've got to give a helping hand, it's unity that pays. Move them niggers north, move them niggers north. If they don't like our southern ways, then move them niggers north. They're trying to start trouble by mixing up the races. They'd be a whole lot better off by staying in their places. I like our Southland like it is, I'm sure that you do too. Oh, Martin Luther thinks it's his, I know he's wrong, don't you? Move them niggers north, move them niggers north. If they don't like our southern ways, then move them niggers north. To make a stand to keep our southern ways, we've got to give a helping hand, it's unity that pays. Move them niggers north, move them niggers north. If they don't like our southern ways, then move them niggers north. Move them niggers north, move them niggers north, move them niggers north. Tell them lies, black face and bloodshot eyes, crooked toes and crooked nose. That's the way a nigger goes, that's how he goes. They're marching for equality, they'll never be as good as me. We won't let them integrate, we must always segregate. Keep them in their places. Nigger, nigger, tell them lies, black face and bloodshot eyes, crooked toes and crooked nose. That's the way a nigger goes. Oh, Martin Luther's got to go. That's one thing that we all know. We'll take him riding on a rail and lock him in the county jail. Niggers want to change our ways, but taxes they won't ever pay. Monkey lips and kinky hair, living off that old welfare. Got their hand out. They might as well give up the fight. No federal judge can make them white. The job is up to you and me. Let's beat the NAACP. Move them north. Nigger, nigger, tell them lies, black face and bloodshot eyes. crooked toes and crooked nose. That's the way a nigger goes. That's the way a nigger goes. That's the way a nigger goes. That's the way a nigger. Grocery store, 3 niggers inside. The store ain't open, it's the middle of the night. Alarm goes off, the cops show up. They caught 'em red-handed, put 'em in handcuffs. And then Jesse showed up, Jesse showed up. Wouldn't you know it, Jesse Jackson showed up. He had a bunch of porch monkeys praising his name while he preached and he hollered and he passed the blame and said, them niggas wasn't stealing when they got caught. They was only doing some shopping, just like I thought. White man shouldn't have a store there, it's all his fault. And they all got excited when Jesse showed up. Election time, a new president, Al Gore had to win, so the niggers all went. The chads were counted and counted again. They counted 3 times, but they still didn't win. And then Jesse showed up, Jesse showed up. Wouldn't you know it, Jesse Jackson showed up. He had a bunch of porch monkeys praising his name while he preached and he hollered and he passed the blame and said, listen here niggas, I think we've been had. If we lose this election, it's gonna be bad. And it's the white man's fault because he stole all the chads. And they all got excited when Jesse showed up. Something's gonna happen one of these days if Jesse Jackson don't start mending his ways. He's gonna keep stirring them niggers up till the white man says enough is enough. And then the Klan will show up, the Klan will show up, all dressed in white, they're gonna show up. He's gonna be sorry for strutting his stuff. Y'all's gonna break loose when the Klan shows up and they'll say, Jackson, what you mean causing all this trouble? Except yours, nigger, we're gonna pop your bubble. We're gonna break it off in you and stick it in double. So just watch yourself, Jesse, when the Klan shows up. You better watch yourself, Jesse, when the Klan shows up. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. They don't like this, they don't like that. They're never satisfied, and that's a fact. The more we give, the more they take. The more we fix, the more they break. The country's in an awful mess with a whole lot of civil unrest. I got one thing to suggest. They ought to leave and get gone. Gather up all the niggers and go back home. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. They want their way, it ain't no doubt. They just keep pushing, they never stop. If they don't like the way things are done, they ought to go back to where they come from. So white people, I'm asking you, let's buy us a boat or two. And here's what we need to do to help them pack and be kind. Make sure we don't leave one nigger behind. behind and send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. Life in America would be so great without niggers here to demonstrate about this and that and that and this and you and me and getting things free. Won't you listen to me? Let's send them all back to Africa. Send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone.
Thanks for all the donations, everybody. It always helps more than you realize.
The big lips, it ain't the nose, it ain't your kinky hair or your clothes, it ain't your dreadlocks hanging or the way that you walk. It ain't the smell, it ain't the black. White people might probably learn a little bit that, but if you wanna know, nigger, I'll tell you what pisses us off. It's the attitude, stupid. It's what's inside your brain. It's the attitude, stupid. Ain't you ever gonna change? You keep thinking everything is black and white. Don't you know the difference between wrong and right? It's the attitude, stupid. We don't owe you a thing. It ain't your looks, and that's a fact. It ain't your ass riding up on your back. It ain't the way you say alright when you spell out a word. It's the things you say and you do, thinking white people still owe something to you. Well, listen to me, nigger, this is something you've never heard. It's the attitude, stupid. It's what's inside your brain. It's the attitude, stupid. Ain't you ever gonna change? You keep thinking everything is black and white. Don't you know the difference between wrong and right? It's the attitude, stupid. We don't owe you a thing. Hey, it's the attitude, stupid. We don't owe you a thing.
He sat in a room, in a square the color of blood. He drew the whole world, if there was a way that he could. He'd sit and he'd stare at the minarets on top of the towers, for he was the beast as he hatched his new plans to gain power. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow had to keep warm for survival, and the snow fell and defeated the beast's only rival. They took the old roads that Napoleon had taken before. They fought as the forces of light against the darkness in a holy war. One day they were looking around at the sun shining on the cold flowers. The next day they were freezing to death in the snow and the ice cold showers. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood in the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell and defeated the beast's only rival. Then came the deadly road back from the steps of their retreat. The cold wrecked their bodies, but worse was the pain of defeat. Many people who had hailed them once now turned and looked away. Well, these people now knew that the beast was on his way. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell and defeated the beast's only rival. You finally came back to the borders of your fatherland. Now enemies came, traitors everywhere at hand. Many people who had fought and died, knowing that they had to win. Well, yet still it sickens my heart to see the picture of the red flag in Berlin. And the snow fell, covering the dreams and ideals. And the snow fell, freezing the blood and the wheels. And the snow fell, they had to keep warm for survival. And the snow fell and defeated the beast's only rival. And defeated the beast's only rival. And defeated the beast's only rival.
Fishing trip, just me and my boat, and old Banjo Lip. Banjo was my guide, an old colored feller. He wasn't very dark, he was a high-stepping yeller. So we launched my boat, and I cranked my motor, and up to my nose came a terrible odor. I looked all around trying to find something dead, but it was Banjo with his arm up, scratching his head. Some niggers never die, they just smell that way. Now the more he'd scratch, the more he'd sweat, and I'm here to say he was a choking me to death. So we loaded up, I just couldn't go on, and I coughed and I gagged all the way home. When I dropped him off, I was next to dying. My nose was a-running, and my eyes were a-crying. The smell scorched the hair right out of my nose. When I got home, I had to burn all my clothes. Some niggers never die, they just smell that way. week and a half. The very first day I was up on my feet, I went to the supermarket down the street. I shopped all around and I filled out my order. My groceries were bagged by a fat nigger porter. The air conditioner was broken, I was ferocious, 'cause it was hot and that nigger was sweating on my groceries. Some niggers never die, they just smell that way. The vegetables and greens I bought started wilting. My blood pressure rose and I could have killed him. I was gonna smash him all over that place, but he raised up his arm and I fell on my face. Now I'm here in the hospital and at the ceiling I stare. I could have whipped that nigger, except he used germ warfare. So from now on I'll carry a long, long stick, 'cause if I can keep from the smell, then I'll have him licked. Some niggers never die, they just smell that way.
Eyes shining bright with unspilled tears, thinking about all those wasted years, when everything worth living for is gone. And brother, I find it hard to keep fighting on. Falling down towards the abyss, the reaper embraces me with his kiss. It makes me want to refuse to care, to watch this all unfold, too much to bear. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. Disease encroaching on all I hold dear, but somehow I gotta get my soul out of here. Heart of agony, faint burning hole. I'm finding it hard to try to cope. And the coast lies on the world where the concrete poised, with the concrete voice, a wasteland of the meaningless noise. We don't stand a If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. Don't let it end this way. Don't let it end this way. Don't let it end this way. I can't bear to witness. Don't let it end this way. Don't let it end this way. Don't let it end this way. I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness. If this is the way it ends, if this is the way my race ends, if this is the way it ends, oh, I can't bear to witness.
Well, I don't know why the sky is blue and why the gums on a nigger, well, they're blue too. I don't pay attention to all that stuff, but I do know niggers suck. And I don't know why the world ain't fat and why the nose on a nigger is flat like that. I don't pay attention to all that stuff, but I do know niggers suck. Well, I don't know and don't want to know why Jigaboo's lips are thick, but I sure know that a nigger ain't worth a lick. And I don't know and don't want to know why a nigger ain't got no pride, but I know them coons are never, no, they're never satisfied. Well, I don't know why the rain comes down. I don't know why a nigger is black or brown. I don't pay attention to all that stuff. I do know niggers suck. Well, I don't know why niggers stinks. I don't know why Jigaboo's hair has kinks. I don't pay attention to all that stuff. I do know niggers suck. I don't know why night turns to day and why a nigger won't work to earn his way. I don't pay attention to all that stuff, but I do know niggers suck. I don't know and don't want to know why Jigaboo's lips are thick, but I sure know that a nigger ain't worth a lick. And I don't know and don't want to know why a nigger ain't got no pride, but I know them coons are never, no, they're never satisfied. I don't know why a nigger is kin to an ape. I don't know why spooks want to integrate. I don't pay attention to all that stuff, but I do know niggers suck. I do know niggers suck. Hey, I do know niggers suck. The other day I ran into an old friend. Joe was his name, so I said, Joe, how you been? He said, JR, you won't believe this, but things ain't worth a damn. And I said, Joe, what's the problem? He said, JR, you want to know my problem? Well, I'll tell you my problem. And he began his story something like this. All my life I've been single. I didn't want to be tied down, but I finally did it. I finally got married and the shaft started going around. She was divorced and had 3 kids. They all had fair skin and blonde hair.
But I didn't know their daddy was a nigger, and daddy just had to be there. Oh, what do you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw? Other men are lucky, all they have to agitate them is a doggone mother-in-law. But this black hairy dude living down at my house beats all you ever saw. I'm the sole breadwinner of a wife and 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. And he kept on a-talking, and I just kept on listening. And he went on something like this. It all started last Friday evening. I got home from work, that he said, sitting there a-loafing, resting and a-smoking. Man, he was ace of spades black. I didn't know just who he was then, but it wasn't too long till I did. He said, don't get uptight, I got visiting rights and came to see your wife and my kids. Oh, what do you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw? Other men are lucky, all they have to agitate them is a doggone mother-in-law. But this black hairy dude living down at my house beats all you ever saw. I'm the sole breadwinner of a wife and 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. Well, he talked on, and I began to figure out that Joe had found a solution. He said he was still there Saturday evening, just watching me mow the lawn. He watched the game on Sunday and the soaps on Monday. It's Tuesday and he still wasn't gone. Suddenly I got me an idea, and I came up with a plan. I turned my nigger-loving wife and her nigger ex-husband over to the Ku Klux Klan. That's what you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw. Never again will I ever say a word about anybody's mother-in-law. That nigger bowed up when the Klan showed up. It was the last thing he ever saw. Now I'm the ex-husband of a wife with 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. I'm the proud ex-husband of a wife with 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. Federal aid, we hear it all the time. But it's not really federal aid, 'cause the money is yours and mine. The money is yours and mine. I read in the papers in real big print about a sugar-coated speech made by our president. With federal aid, he thinks he'll win our trust. But federal aid, hell, the money belongs to us. He puts taxes on this, taxes on that, just any kind of tax to keep the government fat. He says he's gonna give us federal aid or bust. But federal aid, hell, the money belongs to us. Federal aid, we hear it all the time. But it's not really federal aid, 'cause the money is yours and mine. The money is yours and mine. He started a new program, the anti-poverty school. I think it's a good idea, nobody wants to be a fool. Now he says he's running short of funds, and that ain't no joke. But it ain't the government that's hurting, it's us that's going broke. Now if we could just keep most of the money we've made, there wouldn't be much reason to have federal aid. Now I believe in helping the poor, I think it's a must. But it's not federal aid, hell, the money belongs to us. Federal aid, we hear it all the time. But it's not really federal aid, 'cause the money is yours and mine. The money is yours and mine. Now, why should the president take all the credit when the money we donate is what makes up his debit? Each time a disaster strikes our great land, federal aid takes the credit for lending a hand. Now, I'd like to think that my dollar helped out, and so would everyone else, without any doubt. 'Cause it's really our money we place in their trust, so federal aid, hell, the money belongs to us. Federal aid, we hear it all the time, but it's not really federal aid, 'cause the money is yours and mine. 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 Keep a working, Big Jim. You'll prove it by and by. Keep a working, Big Jim. Find out the reasons why. A few years ago, in the year of '63, a president was shot and he died. And the man accused of killing him was shot to death before he was even tried. Then the Warren Commission, made up of what should be the greatest lawmen of our time, wrapped up the case and said the assassination was the work of a one-wart mind. Keep a working, Big Jim. We hope you prove they're wrong. Keep a working, Big Jim. We're with you all day long. In shorter time than it takes to solve a simple theft case, they said they solved the crime of our time. Oswald was the man, they said he worked it all alone. No one conspired with him to plan the crime. Big Jim Garrison, a lawyer from New Orleans, didn't think the case was really solved. In his investigation, he's come up with a lot. He's gonna prove somebody else was involved. Keep a working, Big Jim. We wanna know the truth. Keep a working, Big Jim. The nation's watching you. Now, wouldn't it be something if the Warren report turns out to be just a lie? If one big man who is working all alone finds the answers and the reasons why, and the so-called leaders of the government who won't try to help him win the fight, it seems they're more afraid that Jim will prove they're wrong instead of hoping Big Jim's right. Keep a working, Big Jim. We wanna know the truth. Keep a working, Big Jim. The nation's watching you. Keep a working, Big Jim. The nation's watching you. Keep a working, Big Jim. We wanna know the truth. Keep a working, Big Jim. We wanna know the truth. Keep a working, Big Jim. The nation's watching you. Keep a working, Big Jim. You niggers listen now, I'm gonna tell you how to keep from getting tortured when the Klan is on the prowl. Stay at home at night and lock your doors up tight. Don't go outside or else you'll find those crosses are burning bright. Now I know you won't believe me, so I'm gonna tell you why. The Cajun Ku Klux Klan is gonna get you by and by. I'm warning you that when I'm through, you're gonna change your tune. This story's about a nigger, his name was Levi Coon. He walked into a cafe, he thought he'd get a bite. He thought that they would serve him since they passed the civil rights. The waitress told him no, and that he'd better go. He said, no ma'am, my Uncle Sam say I don't have to go. So he sat there in that cafe, being stubborn as a mule. No matter what she said, he wouldn't get up off that stool. He sat there like a jackass, said I'm gonna demonstrate. I came in here to eat, and I ain't leaving till I've ate.
The waitress had enough. She said, I'll call your bluff. She said, if we can't treat you right, we'll have to treat you rough. The phone was in her hands. She gave him one more chance. He wouldn't go, and so she called the Cajun Ku Klux Klan. When he saw them Cajuns coming, Levi knew it was too late. His eyes popped out his head, and his kinky hair got straight. He said, oh, lousy white folks, I didn't mean a thing. Why did I have to listen to that demonstrator king? Now niggers understand. They tied up both his hands. He was at the mercy of the Cajun Ku Klux Klan. I knew just what they'd do. Levi knew it too. I knew what kind of torture they would put that nigger through. Now the moral of this story is plain as it can be. Niggers, mind your business and let us white folks be. You'd better heed my warning and try to understand. Don't you demonstrate around the Cajun Ku Klux Klan.
Door to me's been sold to niggers. They claim to be wild Indians from the plains. Oh, but they ain't a shucking me, they're colored people. We'll make cowboys and niggers our new game. Last night when I come home, I was warmly greeted, but not by my sweet wife saying, hello, dear. Instead it was, hello, Dow, white mammy Gemma. Says, how does you like us dark folks living here? I'd sell my house, but I ain't had no offers. Though I paid $20,000, I'd take two. 'Cause this nigger crap's done killed all my red roses, and my violets turned black instead of blue. Last night the NAACP came a-callin'. I didn't know what it was all about. Oh, but it didn't take me long to understand them when they said, won't you kindly move your white butt out?
Johnny Reb was from the Southland where the cotton grows so tall, and at the age of 17 he heard his country's call. He kissed his poor old mother, he told his dad goodbye. He checked his trusty rifle and he kept his powder dry. Johnny Reb, why did you have to go? Johnny Reb, how we miss you so. They sent him off to Georgia to join the boys in grain. He fought his only battle on a cold and rainy day. He cocked his gun and wet his sights, and then he looked around, and every Yank that showed himself, he quickly brought him down. Johnny Reb, why did you have to go? Johnny Reb, how we miss you so. when the fighting stopped, they found him, he was barely alive. But the Union troops that he brought down, they counted 45. They found him lying in a ditch when he breathed his last goodbye. Fight hard for our old Southland boys and keep our flag on high. Johnny Reb, why did you have to go? Johnny Reb, how we miss you so. Johnny Reb, why did you have to go? Johnny Reb, how we miss you so. Johnny Reb, why did you have to go? Johnny Reb, how we miss you so. Johnny Reb, why did you have to go? Johnny Reb, how we miss you so.
She did what? Oh no! She ran off with another guy. She didn't even say goodbye. She'll never find a love like mine or bigger. She took the TV and the stereo. She wrote a check for all my dough, but to top it all, she ran off with a nigger. She ran off with a nigger, a 6'8" buck. He's got a pink Mark IV with his name on the door, and all I can say is, well, fuck. Crying out loud, why'd you do me this way? If I had a gun, I'd pull the trigger. She took my car that I just paid for and ran off with a nigger. It really came as no surprise. I guess I saw it in her eyes. I knew that it would happen, and it did. My pappy said, I told you so. She broke my heart, and now I know I never should have married that black little bitch anyway. She ran off with a nigger, a 6'8" buck. He's got a pink Mark IV with his name on the door, and all I can say is, well, fuck. Crying out loud, why'd you do me this way? If I had a gun, I'd pull the trigger. She took my car that I just paid for and ran off with a nigger. Oh, she broke my heart and tore me apart when she ran off with the nigger.
We is the coons all corps, and we done declared a war. The sitting, crawling, and the rest, until they sees that we is the best. We're non-violent niggers, peace, love, and brother. Them white folks better love us, or we's gonna kill them rotten mothers. At the door, we messes on the floor, we pays on the tables and the chairs, we throws our garbage on the stairs. We're non-violent niggers, peace, love, and brother. The white folks better love us, or we's gonna kill them rotten mothers. That Martin Luther King, the #1 baboon. folks better love her, or we's gonna kill them rotten mothers. I'd that Sammy Davis cat, I'd the coon of aristocrats. I ain't no common jigaboo, I's a kosher nigger Jew. We're non-violent niggers, peace-loving brothers. Them white folks better love us, or we's gonna kill them rotten mothers. We's the NAACP, we's for human dignity. We marches, pickets, and we chant. We rolls our tails up in our pants. We're non-violent niggers, peace-loving brothers. Them white folks better love us, or we's gonna kill them rotten mothers.
Oh, we don't want niggers in our schools. We're not for integration. Keep those niggers in their place. We'll have a better nation.
Our Southland got along just fine till those integrators came down here stirring up a mess with outside agitators. They'll march, sit in, and demonstrate to try to take our schools. They want to change our southern ways with a brand new set of rules.
No, we don't want niggers in our schools. We're not for integration. Keep those niggers in their place. We'll have a better nation. We must prove to Martin Luther we stand for what is right. No court of left-wing liberals can ever make him white. Form a solid line of white men, conservatives will be. They'll never ever overcome, our schools will still be free. No, we don't want niggers in our schools, we're not for integration. Keep those niggers in their place, we'll have a better nation. We must prove to Martin Luther we stand for what is right. No court of left-wing liberals can ever make him white. Form a solid line of white men, conservatives will be. They'll never ever overcome, our schools will still be free. No, we don't want niggers in our schools, we're not for integration. Keep those niggers in their place, we'll have a better nation. Nigger, nigger, tell them lies. Black face and bloodshot eyes, crooked toes and crooked nose. That's the way a nigger goes. That's how he goes. They're marching for equality. They'll never be as good as me. We won't let them integrate. We must always segregate. Keep them in their place. Oh, Martin Luther's got to go. That's one thing that we all know. We'll take him riding on a rail and lock him in the county jail. Tar and feather him. Nigger, nigger, tell them lies. Black face and bloodshot eyes, crooked toes and crooked nose. That's the way a nigger goes. Niggers want to change our ways, but taxes they don't ever pay. Monkey lips and kinky hair, living off that old welfare. Got the handout. They might as well give up the fight. No federal judge can make them white. This job is up to you and me. Let's beat the NAACP. Move them north. Nigger, nigger, tell them lies. Black face and bloodshot eyes, crooked toes and crooked nose. That's the way a nigger goes.
I was in a tiny southern town one bright and sunny day, and who do you suppose I seen a blocking a highway? It wouldn't be old Sitting Bull nor the whole MacDougall clan. It had to be old Marty with his traveling beatnik band. And this is what he said. Yeah, I had done led my loyal subjects down the streets of Selma and Birmingham, Alabama. And I done a little integrating and agitating in the town of Bogalusa, Louisiana, and Little Rock, Arkansas there. And I was the chief instigator behind all the confusion out on the West Coast and in the Confederate state of Georgia. I like them brave freedom riders what rode into Jackson that day are riding on the bus. But I gotta get on up to the White House there and inform my horse-riding politician there that I wants the son of Mississippi volunteered for the French Foreign Legion, 'cause the boy been making fun of us there. He said the son of Mississippi is making fun of us. Yeah, and I understand that the big wheel, the superbird there, are gonna pin on me one of them Regressionists Medal of Bravery the day that I arrive. And they're gonna call out the Dishonor Guard and fly over the whole U.S. Air Force in memory of the Flight 105. Like that famous Canaan poet once said there, the truth ain't never hurt nobody. Well, I don't hold with the old poet, or whatever the old saying might be there, 'cause the son of Mississippi might be a-telling the truth all right, but the boy sure making a monkey out of me. He said the son of Mississippi is making fun of us.
Keep all them crinolines, honey, the South shall rise again.
No, Susanna, oh, don't you sit and spin.
If we all turn out with a rebel shout, the South shall rise again. Haul out that picture of Stonewall, tack it up with an old gray pin. Raise up them stars and bars, the South shall rise again.
No, Susanna, oh, don't you sit and spin.
If we all turn out with a rebel shout, the South shall rise again. Start all them bugles playing, listen to the drums begin. 10,000 men are marching, the South shall rise again.
No, Susanna, oh, don't you sit and spin.
If we all turn out with a rebel shout, the South shall rise again. Keep your Confederate money. Keep all them crinolines, honey.
If we all turn out with a rebel shout,
the South shall rise again.
A nigger ain't nothing but a nigger.
Down south of the Mason, Dixon, Prince, rebels are rocking and a rolling in. The Confederate money they are ready to spend. The South's gonna rise again. Hallelujah! The South's gonna rise again, but the South's gonna rise again. We've had time now to heal our bones. The South's gonna rise again. Hallelujah. The South's gonna rise again. The South's gonna rise again. Now Sherman done marched into our town, but our homes and distilleries down. But them flames have long been brown. The South's gonna rise again. Hallelujah. The South's gonna rise again. You better know it. The South's gonna rise. again. Hallelujah. South's gonna rise again. Last time, South's gonna rise again.
So number one, and I hate to state the obvious, but talk to girls.
What are your thoughts on the Jews?
So number one, and I hate to state the obvious, but talk to girls.
What are your thoughts on the Jews?
So number one, and I hate to state the obvious, but talk to girls.
What are your thoughts on the Jews?
Now I like sugar and I like tea, but I don't like niggers, no siree. There's two known things that'll make me puke: a hog-eating slop and a big black spook. You know it, 'cause I show it. Like a barnyard rooster I crow it. And the NAACP would sure like to get a hold of nigger-hating me. Roses are red and violets are blue, and a nigger's black, and you know that's true. But they don't mind, 'cause what the heck, you gotta be black to get a welfare check. And I'm broke, no joke, I ain't got a nickel for a coat, and I ain't black, you see, so Uncle Sam won't help poor nigger-hating me. Jigaboo, jigaboo, where are you? I was here in the woodpile watching you. Jigaboo, jigaboo, come on out. I'm scared of the white man way down south. You know it, 'cause I show it. Stick your black head out and I'll blow it. And the NAACP can't keep you away from a little old nigger-hating me. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the blackest of them all? A man named King, it ain't no doubt. He's causing trouble with his baboon mouth. He's a roaring, he's a doing. It's caused by the trouble he's a brewing. And the NAACP can't win. Every white will stick with nigger-hating me. Hey, Mr. President, what do you say? When are we whites are gonna have our day? The niggers had theirs such a long, long time. I'm white and I think it's time I have mine. You know it, 'cause I show it. Stick your black head out and I'll blow it. And the NAACP can't win. Every white will stick with nigger-hating me. Nigger-hating me. Nigger-hating me. Nigger-hating me. Nigger-hating me.
Lyndon is my protector. He says, I shall not work. He maketh me to lie down in front of theaters, and I can face the whole world with a smirk. Yes, he restoreth my welfare check. And yea, though I walk through the very heart of Dixie, I shall fear no police, for Lyndon is always with me. His tear gas and his federal troops, they comfort me. Yes, and he prepareth a table before me in the presence of white folks. He anointeth my burr head with anti-kink hair straightener. Yes, and my Cadillac gas tank runneth over. Surely the Supreme Court shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the federal housing project forever and ever.
Come on, PDX. Watch out, watch out.
Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan. We are a sacred brotherhood who love our country true. We always can be counted on when there's a job to do. We serve our homeland day and night to keep it always free, and proudly wear our robes of white protecting liberty. Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan.
This crowd, so I mean, I wonder how far they're going to take
it. The Bible cross, oh glory to our symbols of a man. A sword and water, robe and hood portray our noble clan. In search of peace and liberty, we pledge our hearts and hands. We must defeat the communists to save our Christian land. Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan. Stand up and be counted, show the world that you're a man. Stand up and be counted, go with the Ku Klux Klan.
Well, lately niggas are running their mouths, saying they're gonna take over the South. Jigaboo, here's to you, if you can, try it, man. Cause Dixieland will never be free to a nigger in the NAACP.
A pacifier's shield and sippy cup portray their noble clan.
From Dixieland, cause we're proud of our Dixie. Hooray, hooray, we'll fight again this time, we'll win. We've lived, we'll die in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. In the Civil War, a lot of men died. That's not enough, they ain't satisfied. They integrate, demonstrate, shout and sing for Mr. King. But Mr. King isn't gonna lose out when the northern states unite with the South. Watch the fun when it's done, cause they'll run from Dixieland. Cause we're proud of our Dixie. Hooray, hooray, we'll fight again this time, we'll win. We've lived, we'll die in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't Up in the north, big trouble they brewed in Chicago town and Cicero too. Let's unite, Yankee land. Come on, fight with Dixieland. 'Cause we're proud of our Dixie. Hooray, hooray. We'll fight again this time. We'll win, we've lived, we'll die in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie. Stay away, stay away. You don't belong in Dixie.
In the Great War, a lot of men died, but they didn't fight. They just sit around and
if you're on
cried.
the feed, man, I need you to get back out here and get in with us.
There you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. You say all your ancestors were slaves, and that's the reason that you ought to get paid. You want something for nothing, you monkeys are all the same. You're putting all of the blame on the whites. We violated your civil rights, but your civil rights movement is nothing but a shakedown game.
Yes, it is. A couple thousand people
So
strong.
there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. There ain't a slave still living today. So tell me, why do you think we should pay for what we didn't do and what didn't happen to you?
This is where they were loading and unloading.
We can always go back home where the monkeys and the baboons roam. And if you ain't satisfied, that's exactly what you ought to do. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. We don't owe you a damn thing, man, you gotta be out of your mind. So take your reparations and stick them where the sun don't shine. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. And there you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. We don't owe you a damn thing. Hey, you gotta be out of your mind. So take your reparations and stick them where the sun don't shine. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. I said, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me.
She did what?
Much love. Thank you so much.
No. She ran off with another guy. She didn't even say goodbye. She'll never find love like mine, bigger. She took the TV and the stereo. She wrote a check for all my dough, but to top it off, she ran off with the nigger. She ran off with the nigger, a 6'8" buck. He's got a pink Mark IV with his name on the door. All I can say is, well, fuck, crying out loud, why'd you do me this way? If I had a gun, I'd pull the trigger. She took my car that I just paid for, ran off with the nigger. It really came as no surprise. I guess I saw it in her eyes. I knew that it would happen, and it did. My pappy said, I told you so. She broke my heart, and now I know I never should have met that black little bitch anyway. She ran off with a nigger, a 6'8" buck. He's got a pink Mark IV with his name on the door. And all I can say is, well, fuck, crying out loud, why'd you do me this way? If I had a gun, I'd pull the trigger. She took my car that I just paid for and ran off with the nigger. Oh, she broke my heart and tore me apart when she ran off with the nigger.
Nobody gives a fuck. So I personally will be in Cool Bay on the 8th. And I personally hope to see a lot of these things that support Black Lives Matter. Because I'll be there standing strong with a lot of color. I promise you.
Oh yeah, if you look over here, you see them all suited up and ready to come over here inside the building.
Hello, I'm Johnny Rebel. For a long time, we've listened to these niggers pitch a fit about their hard times and civil rights. Well, ain't that the tip? So I think I'll take me an imaginary trip and try to be a nigger for a day.
What they got is the IRS building over here. This is like a staging ground. A lot of feds were jumping out here. But you can see them in there getting strapped up, suited up, ready to come out. So I don't know if that means they're going to jump out.
I take from Uncle Sam and let
they did what was happening at the police station, sheriff's station, but we'll find out.
Now for one whole day, a nigger I could be.
It's going to be hard to see them, but they're staying on pace to the crowd inside the building there. You can see them. There's at least 20 or 30 of them that are kind of milling around inside the building there.
If I could be a nigger for a day. Now I wouldn't want to work, because I wouldn't have to. And guess what I'd do next? Well, you shouldn't need a clue. I'd go down to social services like all the brothers do. If I could be a nigger for a day. Oh, if I could be a nigger for a day, I could live my life the free and easy way. I'd take from Uncle Sam and let the white man pay. If I could be a nigger for a day. Now when I'd sit down in that office, the office of welfare, I'd get food stamps, a medical card, and free child care for all the illegitimate kids that I've got scattered everywhere. If I could be a nigger for a day. Now I'd have plenty of time, so I'd hang out with the mob. And I'd consume a little dope, find a good place to rob. Now that would make me self-employed, and I wouldn't even need a job. If I could be a nigger for a day.
We're going all the way to Ted's.
Oh, if I could be a nigger for a day. I could live my life the free and easy way.
But you can tell there's
I'd
still a
take
good
from Uncle Sam and let the white man pay. If I could be a nigger for a day.
Majority of people.
Now when I'd need something, I'd steal it, so I wouldn't have to buy it. And if the cops would apprehend me, you know that I'd deny it, and I could call Jesse around, they'd come start a riot. If I could be a nigger for a day, but I can't be a nigger. and I don't really have to be, because Coon, let me tell you, it's plain and simple to see, that if I was you for a day, then I'd be taken from me. So I don't want to be a nigger for a day. I don't want to be a nigger for a day. I don't want to live the free and easy way. I'll struggle long, struggle hard, but that's okay, 'cause I'll never be a nigger for a day. No, I'll never be a nigger for a day.
So we're on like 4th and Jefferson right now. Apparently we got to go up to 10th. I'm not sure how far that means we got to go, but I mean, got your marching shoes on today.
Grocery store, 3 niggers inside. The store ain't open, it's the middle of the night. Alarm goes off, cops show up. They caught them red-handed, put them in handcuffs. And then Jesse showed up, Jesse showed up. Wouldn't you know it, Jesse Jackson showed up. He had a bunch of porch monkeys praising his name while he preached and he hollered and he passed the blame and said, them niggas wasn't stealing when they got caught. They was only doing some shopping, just like I thought. White man should have a store there. It's all his fault. And they all got excited when Jesse showed up. Election time, a new president, Al Gore had to win, so the niggers all went. The chads were counted and counted again. They counted 3 times, but they still didn't win. And then Jesse showed up, Jesse showed up. Wouldn't you know it, Jesse Jackson showed up. He had a bunch of porch monkeys praising his name while he preached and he hollered and he passed the flame and said, listen here niggas, I think we've been had. If we lose this election, it's gonna be bad. And it's the white man's fault because he stole all the chads. And they all got excited when Jesse showed up. Something's gonna happen one of these days if Jesse Jackson don't start mending his ways. He's gonna keep stirring the niggers up till the white man says enough is enough. And then the Klan will show up, the Klan will show up, all dressed in white, they're gonna show up. He's gonna be sorry for strutting his stuff. Y'all's gonna break loose when the Klan shows up and they'll say, Jackson, what do you mean causing all this trouble? Except yours, nigger. We're gonna pop your bubble. We're gonna break it off in you and stick it in double.
Not you, anybody.
So just watch yourself, Jesse, when the Klan shows up. You'd better watch yourself, Jesse, when the Klan shows up. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone.
Tell them what's happening right now.
They don't like this, they don't like that. They're never satisfied, and that's a fact. The more we give, the more they take. The more we fix, the more they break. The country's in an awful mess with a whole lot of civil unrest. I got one thing to suggest. They ought to leave and get gone. Gather up all the niggers and go back home. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. They won't want their way. It ain't no doubt. They just keep pushing, they never stop. If they don't like the way things are done, they ought to go back to where they come from. So white people, I'm asking you, let's buy us a boat or two. And here's what we need to do to help them pack and be kind. Make sure we don't leave one nigger behind and send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. Life in America would be so great without niggers here to demonstrate about this and that and that and this and you and me and getting things free. Won't you listen to me? Let's send them all back to Africa. Send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa where they belong. We ought to send them all back to Africa. We ought to send them all back to Africa. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone. They ought to get the hell out of America and leave the white man alone.
Some people want to help by just bullshit. That makes people like me harder because white people, they don't get the backlash. We will get the backlash.
Right.
So every time somebody throws shit out the cops, next day some guy will die because the cop will take it on him. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to
The other day I ran into an old friend. Joe was his name, so I said, Joe, how you been? He said, JR, you won't believe this, but things ain't worth a damn. And I said, Joe, what's the problem? He said, JR, you want to know my problem? Well, I'll tell you my problem. And he began his story something like this. All my life I've been single. I didn't want to be tied down, but I finally did it. I finally got married and the chance started going around. She was divorced and had 3 kids. They all had fair skin and blonde hair. But I didn't know their daddy was a nigger and daddy just had to be there. Oh, what do you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw? Other men are lucky, all they have to agitate them is a doggone mother-in-law. But this black hairy dude living down at my house beats all you ever saw. I'm the sole breadwinner of a wife and 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. And he kept on talking, and I just kept on listening. And he went on something like this. It all started last Friday evening. I got home from work that he said, sitting there loafing, resting and a-smoking. Man, he was ace of spades black. I didn't know just who he was then, but it wasn't too long till I did. He said, don't get uptight, I got visiting rights and came to see your wife and my kids. Oh, what do you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw? Other men are lucky, all they have to agitate them is a doggone mother-in-law. But this black hairy dude living down at my house beats all you ever saw. I'm the sole breadwinner of a wife and 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. Well, he talked on, and I began to figure out that Joe had found a solution. He said he was still there Saturday evening, just watching me mow the lawn. He watched the game on Sunday and the soaps on Monday. It's Tuesday and he still wasn't gone. Suddenly I got me an idea, and I came up with a plan. I turned my nigger-loving wife and her nigger ex-husband over to the Ku Klux Klan. That's what you do when everything's messed up, sticking down in your craw. Never again will I ever say a word about anybody's mother-in-law. That nigger bowed up when the Klan showed up. It was the last thing he ever saw. Now I'm the ex-husband of a wife with 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law. I'm the proud ex-husband husband of a wife with 3 pickaninnies and a nigger-in-law.
Trey with Black Unity up in Eugene, guys.
Quit your bitchin' nigger and just let things be. You're messing up big time, take it from me. Quit your bitchin' nigger or you'll get your due. All the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. For 40-something years you've been raising all hell, and niggers, that ain't enough. We're all getting mighty fed up with you and all your civil rights stuff. Don't you love this country? Either you do or you don't. If you ain't happy, then what the hell do you want? Hey, quit your bitchin' niggas and just let things be. You're messing up big time, take it from me. Quit your bitchin' nigger or you'll get your due. Cause the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. You got money and jobs and your equal rights given by the government. You got welfare, food stamp, a medical card, and sometimes a little free rent. You just keep begging, taking everything we got. Well, damn you nigger, don't you think it's time to stop? So quit your bitchin' niggers and just let things be. You're messing up big time, take it from me. Quit your bitchin' nigger or you'll get your due. Cause the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. Lately you're yelling down a rebel flag, wanting us to take it down. It represents our history and southern pride and rebel blood on the ground. So go to hell, nigger, I'm telling you loud and clear. It ain't coming down, the rebel flag is staying right here. Hey, quit your bitchin' niggers and just let things be. You're messing up big time, take it from me. Quit your bitchin' nigger or you'll get your due. Cause the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. Cause the Ku Klux Klan will come a-calling on you. There you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. You say all your ancestors were slaves, and that's the reason that you ought to get paid. You want something for nothing, you monkeys are all the same. You're putting all of the blame on whites. We violated your civil rights, but your civil rights movement is nothing but a shakedown game. So there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. There ain't a slave still living today. So tell me, why do you think we should pay for what we didn't do and what didn't happen to you? We can always go back home where the monkeys and the baboons roam. And if you ain't satisfied, that's exactly what you ought to do. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. We don't owe you a damn thing, man, you gotta be out of your mind. So take your reparations and stick them where the sun don't shine. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations.
Oh, nice. You know what's going on there.
There you go again, talking about something else free. And there you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. We don't owe you a damn thing. Hey, you gotta be out of your mind. So take your reparations and stick them where the sun don't shine. Hey, there you go again, talking about reparations. There you go again, talking about something else free. There you go again, talking about reparations. Well, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me. I said, listen to me, nigger, you ain't getting nothing from me.
Or whatever.
Alright, everybody, gather round. The Ku Klux Klan's here. What kind of niggas you want? Burn niggas, hang niggas, nappy head niggas, concrete niggas, and cement shoes. Anything you want, you come to the right man. The KKK man. Sorry. Who can take a nigga? From a tree, burn across his front lawn and kill his family. The Ku Klux Klan, the Ku Klux Klan can, the Ku Klux Klan can come to fill the world with hate and wear a funny white hood. Who can kill Bill Cosby? Bludgeon Urkel too. Bring back the little rascals, make Louis smell like poo. The Ku Klux Klan, the Ku Klux Klan can, the Ku Klux Klan can come to spew the world with hate and wear a funny white hood. The KKK hates all you stupid hates, from Shelton down to Dr. Sayers, especially NBA players. Stack them up like Jews in layers. Niggas, niggas, niggas. Niggas smell like shit. They take a million showers, but they must be using spit. The Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan can. The Ku Klux Klan can come to steal the world with hate. Wear a funny white hood. The KKK hates all you stupid apes, from shopping down to Dr. Sayers, especially NBA players. Stack them up like Jews in layers. AIDS infested niggas hanging from a tree. Sex within their race is like bestiality. The Ku Klux Klan, the Ku Klux Klan can, the Ku Klux Klan can cause to spew the world with hate and wear a funny white hood. The Ku Klux Klan can cause to spew the world with hate and wear a funny white hood. The KKK, the KKK, the KKK. The KKK, the KKK, the KKK.
And a whole mockery of this goddamn United States of America. But let me tell you this. There was a cop that was standing outside. Guess what that cop decided to do? He did not decide to go in the house. He decided to
Song of the South. Whoop my nigger's house and I burned down his house. Gone with the wind. There ain't no nigger talking back again.
Is that okay?
Cotton on the roadside, cotton in the ditch. Pick that cotton, you black son bitch. Daddy was a Klansman, a Southern Democrat. Long white sheets and funny looking hats. Saying, song of the South. Whoop a nigger's ass and I burned down his house. Gone with the wind. There ain't no nigger talking back again.
It's a murder because you don't got any consent for a black life. It goes into the house.
Well, Obama freed these niggers without no bail. Speaks from the net and raising all hell. Then he got on stage and said, build that wall. Mr. Donald Trump is gonna save us all.
Is he still walking the street?
So Trump got in and the niggers chimped out. We killed Trayvon and we killed Mike Brown. Daddy killed a nigger with his AK. Pappy lynched coons in the KKK. Singing song of the South. Whoop the nigger's ass and I burned down his house. Gone with the wind. There ain't no nigger talking back again.
Say fuck Clem! Man, I'm hurt, man.
Keep going, man.
I'm hurt.
Keep going.
I'm hurt.
Keep going.
I'm fucking hurt.
Keep going.
This shit ain't right. This system ain't right. No coward with a gun should be able to shoot through a fucking window. 10 buckshots, boy. 10 shots for that 40 cal. And 2 in a neighbor's house. And if it was your house, what would you do?
Kill.
If it was your house, what would you do? You don't even know, do you? You don't even know, do you? If it was your house, what would you do?
Shoot back.
If it was your house, what would you do? Come on, talk to me. Because we not playing no bullshit out here. I know y'all not playing no bullshit, poor lady. Is you playing some bullshit? No! Is you playing some bullshit, poor lady? I know for sure I ain't playing no bullshit, but in your eyes, when I look in your eyes, I know you folks and the black lives out here.
She said someday I'd understand love was all about. She said I could have she was moving out.
We will be so strong that we'll be able to
Said
be on the
she finally found a man whose dick was so much bigger than that scumbag motherfucker ran off with a nigger. And to think I had pussy where that big black dick had been, and kissed the lips, sucked him off time again. It's enough to make a man throw up. Sure is hard to figure how any decent girl could ever fuck a crazy nigger.
That are out here in these streets. I got one more question for you. White people, this is for you.
He treated her just like a queen. Gave him all my money. It looks like jokes on me, but I don't think it's funny. That pussy ain't worth paying for, as far as I can figure. Cause there's nothing quite as worthless as a white girl with a nigger. And to think I did pussy where that big black dick had been, and kissed the lips, sucked him off time and time again. It's enough to make a man throw up. Sure is hard to figure how any decent girl could ever fuck a goddamn nigger. So for all you nigger loving
confidence to say the things that you need to say to your family. And you know what? It might not even be verbal. It could be the action that you're doing right now that they're probably feeling guilty about. It could be the way that you post on Facebook and about 100 people like it, and then there's that one person that laughs.
Hey guys, how's the feed going? All right, is it? Are we getting any freeze on it? Like any?
Have those conversations, those awkward conversations with your family. Let them know that I'm for Black Lives, Mama. I'm for Black Lives, Papa.
All right, cool. Thank you.
I got a lot of black friends, Mama. I got a lot of black friends, Papa. We like to go shoot hoops. We don't like to see our
Hey,
black
the
friends
feed looks
get
like
killed.
it's skipping for us. Is it skipping for the viewers
We like to
out
play
there?
basketball. We like to play Modern Warfare.
And I heard, as it were, the
Hey
noise
guys,
of
we might end
thunder.
up just doing a quick reset, so we
One
need
of
to
the four
refresh just so we
beasts
can keep
saying,
it from maybe
"Come
lower
and
bit
see."
right there.
And I saw, and behold,
Thanks for
a
the feedback.
white
I
horse.
appreciate you.
There's a man going round taking names, and he decides who to free and who to blame. Everybody won't be treated all the same. There'll be a golden ladder reaching down when the man comes around. The hairs on your arm will stand up at the terror in each sip and in each sup. Will you partake of that last offered cup, or disappear into the potter's ground when the man comes around? Hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices calling, voices crying. Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come. And the whirlwind is in the thorn tree. The virgins are all trimming their wicks. The whirlwind is in the thorn tree. It's hard for thee to kick against the pricks. Till Armageddon, no shalom, no shalom. Then the father hen will call his chickens home. The wise men will bow down before the throne, and at his feet they'll cast their golden crowns when the man comes around. Whoever is unjust, let him be unjust still. Whoever is righteous, let him be righteous still. Whoever is filthy, let him be filthy still. Listen to the words long written down when the man comes around. Hear the trumpets, hear the pipers, 100 million angels singing. Multitudes are marching to the big kettle drum. Voices calling, voices crying. Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come. And the whirlwind is in the thorn tree. The virgins are all trimming their wicks. The whirlwind is in the thorn tree. It's hard for thee to kick against the pricks. In measured 100-weight and penny pound, when the man comes around.
horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him.
I'm gonna be honest, I get off to that kind of shit. I get off to it. You know what I'm saying? That kind of shit, the flashback. See, we got some people that will really come to the front line and jump.
Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket out. Welcome back to that same old place that you laughed about. Well, the names have all changed since you hung around, but those dreams have remained and they've turned around. Who'd have thought they'd lead ya? Who'd have thought they'd lead ya? Back here where we need ya. We got him on the spot. Welcome back. 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 We always could spot a friend. Welcome back. And I smile when I think how it must have been. And I know what a scene you were learning in. Was there something that made you come back again? And what could ever lead you? What could ever lead you? Back here where we need you. Back here where we need you. Yeah, we tease him a lot, 'cause we got him on the spot. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. something that made me come back again. And what could ever lead you? What could ever lead you? Back here where we need you. Back here where we need you. Yeah, we tease him a lot, 'cause we got him on the spot. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, we tease him a lot. Welcome back, 'cause we got him on the spot. Welcome back, yeah, we tease him a lot, 'cause we got him on the spot. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Lady Godiva was a freedom rider. She didn't care if the whole world looked. Joan of Arc with the Lord to guide her. She was a sister who really cooked. Isadora was the first bra burner. Ain't you glad she showed up? Oh, yeah. And when the country was falling apart, Betsy Ross got it all sold up.
And then there's Maud.
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 And then there's Maud. That uncompromising, enterprising, anything but tranquilizing. Right on, Maud.
Used to be sad, used to be shy. Funniest thing, the saddest part is I never knew why. Keeping myself for nothing was my favorite sport. I had to take off and start enjoying, 'cause life's too short. There's a new girl in town, 'cause I'm feeling good. Get a smile, got a song for the neighborhood. Things are great when you stand on your own 2 feet. And this girl's here to say, with some luck and love, life's gonna be so sweet.
Baby, if you've ever wondered whatever became of me. I'm living on the air in Cincinnati, WKRP. Got kinda tired of packing and unpacking, town to town, up and down the dial. Maybe you and me were never meant to be. Just maybe think of me once in a while. Heading up that highway, leaving you behind. Hardest thing I ever had to do. Broke my heart in two, but baby, pay no mind. The price for finding me was losing you. Memories help me hide my lonesome feeling, far away from you and feeling low. It's getting late, my friend, my love, I miss you so. Take good care of you, I've gotta go. If you've ever wondered whatever became of me, I'm living on the air in Cincinnati, WKRP. Got kinda tired of packing and unpacking, town to town, up and down the dial. Maybe you and me were never meant to be. Just maybe think of me once in a while. I'm at WKRP in Cincinnati.
Well, I don't have any handcuffs.
From Television City in Hollywood.
Boy, the way Glenn Miller played.
Songs that made the hit. We're just out here recording everything that's going on, man. That's it.
Guys like us, we had it made. Those were the days.
And you knew when you were
there. Wish that we could use a man like that to hold our no welfare state.
I mean, we're just recording. That's all. Everybody pulls his way.
G.R.O. was siren gray. Those were the days.
We're just trying to like free up our pain.
I know, man. I got gassed and maced the other night right along with you guys.
Good time. Anytime you need a payment. Good time. Anytime you need a free. Good time. Anytime you're out from under. Not getting hassled. Not getting hustled. Keeping your head above water. Making a way when you can. Temporary layoffs. Good times. Easy credit rip-offs. Good times. Scratching and surviving. Good times. Hanging in a jar. Good times. Ain't we lucky we got 'em? Good times.
Coming back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Schlemiel, Schlemazel, Hassenbemp Incorporated.
We're gonna do it. Give us any chance, we'll take it. Read us any rule, we'll break it. We're gonna make our dreams come true. Doing it our way. Nothing's gonna turn us back now. Straight ahead and on the track now. We're gonna make our dreams come true. Doing it our way. There's nothing we won't try. Never heard the word impossible this time. There's no stopping us. We're gonna do it. On your mark, get set, and go now. Got a dream and we just know now. We're gonna make that dream come true. And we'll do it our way, yes, our way. Make our dreams come true. And we'll do it our way, yes, our way. Make our dreams come true. For me and you.
Hey, I see we have a couple more subscribers. Appreciate you guys.
You got some new subs?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Get your cares away. Worries for another day. Let the music play. Down and crack a rock. Work your cares away. Dancing's for another day. Let the crack
and the masters of the universe. I am Adam, Prince of Eternia and defender of the secrets of Castle Grayskull. This is Cringer, my fearless friend. Fabulous secret powers were revealed to me the day I held aloft my magic sword and said, "By the power of Grayskull!" Cringer became the mighty Battle Cat, and I became He-Man, the most powerful man in the universe. Only 3 others share this secret. Our friends, the Sorceress, Man-at-Arms, and Orko. Together we defend Castle Grayskull from the evil forces of Skeletor.
Dashing and daring, courageous and caring, faithful and friendly, with stories to share. All through the forest they sing out in chorus, marching along as their song fills the air. Gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. High adventure that's beyond compare. They are the gummy bears. Magic and mystery are part of their history, along with the secret of gummy berry juice. Their legend is growing, they take pride in knowing they'll fight for what's right in whatever they do. Gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. High adventure that's beyond compare. They are the gummy bears. They are the gummy bears.
I loved his commercials. I really did. Diabetes. Check collection. That's right, Brimley. Me on the type. Basically, I shouldn't be eating sugar until I as long as my wife's not watching right now, I do. Yeah, so it's pronounced Cooch, but it's spelled C-O-U-C-H. So, vicarious now, we've had this conversation. Why am I looking for ranges of my sexuality? Why is it that as a diabetic, harder things happen because of COVID?
Thundering across the stars to save the universe from the monster minds. Jace searches for his father to unite the magic root and lead his Lightning League to victory over the changing form of Sawboss. Wheeled warriors explode into battle. Lightning strikes.
There's a power that comes from deep inside of you. It's every day reaching toward the light. And you know there's a long way ahead of you. But when your wills get you there, things will turn out right. Just keep on turning, don't stop rolling. The fire's on. We're warriors. The ground's burning, our wheels moving. We're warriors. Just keep on turning, don't stop rolling. The fire's on. We're warriors. The battleground's burning, our wheels moving. We're warriors. We're warriors.
And he said, no, I didn't lie. I
Masked crusaders working overtime, fighting crime, fighting crime. Secret raiders who will neutralize soon as they arrive. The Tracker's gonna lead the mission. And Spectrum's got such super
which I did get.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power. They're the world's most fearsome fighting team.
We're really hip.
They're heroes in the half shell, and they're green.
Hey, get a grip.
When the evil Shredder attacks, these turtle boys don't cut them no slack. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Splinter taught them to be ninja teens.
He's a radical rat.
Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines.
That's a fact, Jack.
Raphael is cool but rude.
Give me a break.
Michelangelo is a party dude. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power.
Down at the bottom of the garden, among the birds and the bees, a little lot of little people, they call the pot into peas. There's creepy, black-eyed bee and dumpy, keep it a secret now, please. They're zippy, happy, and they're sweet pea, and all the Partington peas, the Partington peas.
This is one of my new.
This is the evergreen forest. Quiet, peaceful, serene. That is until Bert Raccoon wakes up. Luckily, he has some good friends to help him out. Life would be simple in the forest except for Cyril's sneer. And his life would be simple except for the raccoons.
Really dizzy.
Something strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? There's something weird and it don't look good. Who you gonna call?
You gotta stay biased.
Thundercats are on the move. Thundercats are loose. Feel the roar. Thundercats are loose. Thunder, 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 thundercats. Thunder, 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 thundercats. Thunder, thunder, thundercats. Thunder, thunder, thunder,
More than meets the eye. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons, the Transformers. Robots in the sky. The Transformers. More than meets the eye. The Transformers.
Tell them all my shit, dope, motherfucker. What? Not once, not twice.
Somewhere in the dark and nasty regions where nobody goes stands an ancient castle. Deep within this dank and uninviting place lives Burke.
Hello.
Overworked servant of the thing upstairs.
Feed me.
But that's nothing compared to the horrors that lurk beneath the trapdoor. For there is always something down there, in the dark, waiting to come out.
You're a fool if you dare. Stay away from that trapdoor. 'Cause there's something down there.
It is the 31st century. Ulysses killed the giant Cyclops when he rescued the children and his son Telemachus. But the ancient gods of Olympus are angry and threaten a terrible revenge.
Mortals, you defy the gods? I sentence you to travel among unknown stars. Until you find the kingdom of Hades, your bodies will stay as lifeless as stones.
No one else can do the things you do.
I don't think he knows Santa Guy. I don't even think he knows
Ulysses, always fighting all the evil forces, bringing peace and justice to all.
It's gonna take the Uber 10 minutes here.
It is a time when magic is more powerful than science, and only those who control the magic control destiny. They are the visionaries.
Knights of the magic of light. Visionaries, magical powers they fight. Powers of light which reach skill and speed. Powers to accomplish the greatest of deeds. Visionaries, knights of the magic of light.
Why are Americans so religious?
In 2086, two peaceful aliens journeyed to Earth, seeking our help. In return, they gave us the plans for our first hyperdrive, allowing mankind to open the doors to the stars. We have assembled a team of unique individuals to protect Earth and our allies, courageous pioneers committed to the highest ideals of justice and dedicated to preserving law and order across the new frontier. These are the adventures of the Galaxy Rangers.
In a distant time and faraway place, the planet of New Texas floats deep in space. Sky of 3 suns, land of precious ore. The Carrium Rush brought outlaws by the score. And one day, a lawman appeared with powers of hawk, wolf, puma, and bear. Protector of peace, mystic man from afar. Champion of justice, Marshal Brave Star. Brave Star.
Eyes of the hawk, ears of the wolf. Brave Star.
Brave Star.
Brains of the bear, feet of the puma. Brave Star.
Brave Star.
In the near future, Doc Terror and his cyborg companion hacker unleash their forces to conquer Earth. Only one force can stop this evil, a handful of brave men. In specially created exoframes, they can be transported anywhere. To fuse with incredible assault weapon systems beamed down from the space station Skyvault. Becoming man and machine, power extreme. Max Ray, brilliant Sea Operations Commander. Jake Rockwell, rugged land operations specialist. Ace McCloud, daring air operations expert. Whatever the challenge, they are ready. The Centurions.
Testament does not mandate slavery. It actually mandates
Children of the sun, see your time has just begun. Searching for your ways through adventures every day and night. With the cantorial flight, with all your friends in tow, you search for the cities of gold. Wishing for the cities of gold. Someday we will find the cities of gold.
Says they're 14 miles away. Yeah, you guys are gonna
cities of gold. Cities of gold. Someday we will find the cities of
Castle Dracula, home for many centuries to a dreadful dynasty of vicious vampire ducks, the Counts of Dracula. Legend has it that these foul beings can be destroyed by a stake through the heart or exposure to sunlight. This does not suffice, however, for they may be brought back to life by means of a secret rite that can be performed once a century when the moon is in the 8th house of Aquarius.
Blood.
Are you getting? The latest reincarnation did not run according to plan.
In the heart of Transylvania, in the Vampire Hall of Fame, yeah, there's not a vampire any other. He won't bite, beast the man, cause his adventure began, and things never went well. If you're looking for some fun, you can always count upon the one they call
Hey, Count Dracula.
Out of the sky, his rockets ignite. Gets into battle like faster than light. Lord of the jungle, the hero who stalks. The beasts call him brother, the goes to war. And defenders of the earth, master of magic spells and illusion. Enemies crumble in fear and confusion. And drink, defenders of the earth. His strength is a legend, his skills conquer all. Armed with his power, we never will fall. No, defenders of the earth. With our new young heroes, proving their worth. Or become 8, defending the earth. Defenders of the earth. Defenders of the earth. Life is like a hurricane in Duckburg. Race cars, lasers, aeroplanes. It's a duck blur. Might solve a mystery or rewrite history. DuckTales, woo! Every day they're out there making DuckTales, woo! Tales of daring, do bad, and good DuckTales. The danger lurks behind you. There's a stranger out to find you. What to do? Just scramble to some DuckTales, woo! Every day they're out there making DuckTales, woo! Tales of daring, do bad, and good DuckTales, woo! Not pony tales or cowman tales, no DuckTales, woo!
Hey, look! A Dungeons and Dragons ride! Wow, neat!
Give me a break.
I don't like this!
Whoa! What's happening?
Whoa!
Where are we? Look out!
Fear not, Ranger.
barbarian, magician, thief, cavalier, and acrobat.
Who was that?
That was Venger, the force of evil. I am Dungeon Master, your guide in the realm of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder what happened. You know, the 80s, I think, were one of the best time periods, you know, to be a kid. Good TV shows, good cartoons, but yet everybody was still outside running around. You know, I was always down at the creek playing and go down to the river once in a while. You learned how to deal with life. I remember, you know, as a kid, you'd get hurt. Nothing serious, but get stoked up a little bit, whatever. You'd always try to hide it. You didn't want your parents getting all upset with you. Doctor your friends up a little bit so none of you get in trouble. But times are a lot different now. We didn't have to hear about none of that transgender crap and all this other liberal nonsense. That stuff really didn't exist. Now it's everywhere. I guess Netflix has a series, I saw it on Twitter, Babysitter's Club. I remember seeing those books when I was a kid. The girls would read them and stuff, but now one of the characters on the TV show is transgender or some crap. God, they took away Elmer Fudd's gun. Said that he was too violent, and Tom and Jerry was bad too, because Tom would, well, he was violent. They said he would smoke a cigar and blow it in the hole to chase, you know, the mouse out. And he was promoting violence and smoking. Well, that's about stupid. I mean, we all watch those cartoons and whatnot, but we knew that it was a cartoon. It was not real. We knew that. Sure, we played around and stuff as kids, like I said, but at the end of the day, we knew better. I haven't watched any new TV shows forever, it seems like. I like all the older stuff. I got Me TV, I think they call it. And it's all, you know, 70s and some even before then. I like the old Western series. You know, Rifleman and Gunsmoke and all them. Bonanza wasn't my favorite, but wasn't bad though. I was a game show junkie as a kid though. Oh my God. Jeopardy, Wheel of Fortune, Price is Right being number one. Drew Carey sucks. I mean, Bob Barker was it. He couldn't be topped. I got an autographed picture of him.
here for a little while.
That dude was, I don't know, he had it going on.
We're waiting for
The perfect, you know, personality and attitude for TV. Family Feud was good. All them classic shows. Used to watch Cheers all the time. That was good. MASH.
We don't like that we're recording. But, I mean, if you guys remember, just a little while ago, when they were talking in the big group.
Batman, which I've got the whole series.
To record everything. And that would be all I'm saying. They want us recording everything so that there's evidence of what's going on out here.
Married with Children, though, had to be one of the tops. That was the anti-Cosby show. Complete opposite.
I wonder if the Romanian is familiar with it.
Yeah, Al Bundy was one of the best.
No, they're not. No, I knew they weren't backing us up, and they kept getting, and like every time you moved, you got in the way of the camera. You guys aren't allowed to go on our side. Yeah.
I mean, Al hated his job and all that, but at the end of the day, he always took care of his family. Can't hate him for that.
It's actually very interesting because a lot of the black people from BLM actually really do appreciate us being out here and recording everything. And I mean, honestly, I've had probably the most people who have come up and told me not to record. Actually, the only people who have come up and told me not to record are the white people.
That's true. We interviewed 2 or 3 people from the BLM.
If the protest was going on, what would it be like? Oh, guys. So right now with COVID-19, probably nothing going on.
Well, there's not a thing going on. We've kind of run the gamut of everything tonight. We've been on here 4 hours. So I think I'm going to call it a night. Don't know how much streaming I'll do this week. I start a new class for school. But I looked over the curriculum, most of it, for this new class. And it seems pretty easy. Seems like a fairly light workload. Average about 4 assignments a week. So that ain't too bad. I only have to write 2 papers, it looks like, for the entire class. And I can pick which weeks I want to write them in. Whatever week I write it in will determine what the topic is. So I'll probably try to knock everything out the first week and be done with it as far as the papers go. I got a quiz every week, but I'm not worried about that. I'll just Google it. The last class I took, Western Civilization, the first one, this is the second one. The first one I got a perfect score on due to a computer glitch. I should have had about a, I don't know, 96, 97, somewhere around there. But it gave me a perfect. Which I didn't expect. I thought they would catch it before they finalized it. But they didn't. It was one of my quizzes. We had like 20 chances per quiz to get a perfect score. So I aced all the rest of them. And then the one, I got a couple questions wrong. So it gave me like a 90. But come to find out, 45 was perfect. So I got like a 200% on the test. And ended up giving me a perfect score for the class. But next month, well, this month, I should say, it's August now. End of the month will be my 1 year mark for school. Have one more year to go. If I can get through math class, I'll have it made. That's the only class that's got me concerned because I'm no good at math. I never really took much of it in school. But I'll figure it out. That'll be my last class for this year. So I'll get through it. I've done a lot better than I ever thought I would to begin with, so. I know there's only 10 of us left here, but, you know, if it wasn't for everybody through these live streams, I'd never make it. Y'all have helped me out a ton with not just monetary donations, but giving me a chance to, you know, blow off some steam and all that kind of stuff. So I definitely appreciate everything. I think I've created a nice little community here. Well, the community created itself. I just gave it a platform. I don't really want to take any credit for whatever this is. But I'm going to go ahead and close this out. We got to get some words of wisdom. You know, there's a lot of idiots and a lot of craziness these days. So we need some words of wisdom. So here we go.
So the most important thing you gotta remember is, you know, okay, so some people were, you know, they were doing some stuff, and then other people were like, hey, don't do that stuff, and then other people were like, hey, yeah, they should do, you know, that stuff. It's good that they're doing that stuff, and then the other people were like, I don't think they should be doing that stuff, and then the do so things are like what I'm trying to say is that in conclusion, I have no idea.
Yeah, the feds have been in and out. They're trying to run them out. But I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Yep, that guy's smart. I mean, he really is. I mean, what he said is 100% accurate. There's people doing stuff. There's some people that agree with it and some that don't. But at the end of the day, nobody really has a clue what's going on. I mean, you can't argue with that. Anybody that would listen to him would have to agree with him, no matter what side of the aisle you fall on. It just, I don't know. Sometimes simple things are better, I guess. People tend to overcomplicate some stuff. But take it easy, everybody. Definitely stay safe. Join my Discord. We got a new preppers section over there you can play around with. So take it easy, and I will catch you on the next.